Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the Select Board regular meeting for January 30th, 2024. At this point, I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of approving executive session minutes, discussing a personnel matter, discussing negotiation, and that will be it. Afterwards, we will return to open session and meet you there. So all in favor of going into executive session, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And Chair votes aye. As I said, we will return after executive session. the regular meeting of the Select Board for January 30, 2024. We just came out of executive session into open session. Let's start off with announcements or updates from the Select Board. I'd like to make an announcement that in executive session, the Select Board approved the contract or a contract with Chief Sullivan of our fire department. And we thank Chief Sullivan for the many years of service to Brookline and all the great things he does, both as fire chief as well as head of our emergency management team. So anyway, any other updates or announcements?
Quick
John?
one. Everyone's favorite tutorial, how to write a warrant article, is returning, and that's going to be tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. It's sponsored by the Town Meeting Members Association and the League of Women Voters. And for the Zoom link, you can go to the Brookline League of Women Voters page. Presentations by a couple of folks who have done a fair amount of drafting of warrant articles themselves, and I think are going to be very informative. It's also going to be live streamed on BIG. So the BIG channel will also have this tomorrow night, Wednesday at 7 p.m.
Any other updates or comments? Okay, let's move on to our public comment section. Devin, please explain the rules and we'll open it up.
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a thorough answer and respond via email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. The first person signed up for public comment is Danelle O'Neill. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Devin. First and foremost, congratulations, and we're really gonna miss you. But congratulations, you've been awesome to work with. I really appreciate you. A lot of people in this community appreciate you, and I just wanted to let you know, I'm gonna miss you. Yeah, we're gonna miss you. You're awesome, but congratulations. I'm proud of you. Thank you. My name is Darnell O'Neill Sr. I'm a 4-term town meeting member from Precinct 4. I also serve on the advisory committee. But tonight I'm speaking in the capacity of a lifelong renting resident of this beautiful town of Brookline. I, along with others who probably will be speaking tonight, are in 100% support of the proposal request in regards to the Housing Trust Fund and rental assistance. You know, this organization, who would, if approved, and if you vote yay on this tonight, this organization who would be distributing the funds is, and will continue to step up and keep families in their homes, finding this housing crisis that the whole state is fighting. And you know, this organization has stepped up for me personally, my family, and other families in this town, and by preventing us from getting evicted here and allow us to stay in our homes we lived in, for me, for example, for 44 years. They were the only organization, and I've lived there a long time, that actually in this town is stepping up to the plate to fight this housing crisis. We really need to be applauding them for this.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Devin. The Housing Trust Fund should be used to help families stay in their home. And it should not be just sitting there, not being used, allowing folks to get evicted from their homes. Please tonight, vote yes on this proposal. Thank you. I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you.
At this time, we have 12 virtual attendees and approximately 6 in person. And no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, thank you, Devin. Next, miscellaneous items. I'm sorry, Chaz, did you have any announcements?
No, although
Okay,
since
I'm sorry.
yeah, sorry. Since Mr. O'Neill mentioned it, I'll mention it that we were very pleased and honored to announce that our own Devin Fields, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations, has been named Deputy City Manager for Operations in the City of Chelsea. We want to wish her all the best. Devin has just been an incredible worker here for Brookline. And I think as everyone who's, spoken to her knows, the work that she does behind the scenes and in person is just incredible. You're going to be an absolute credit to the city of Chelsea. We can't stand them. We have to defeat them in high school sports now because of but we're so happy for you. We wish you all the best on this adventure. You have very big shoes to fill, but we know that with all the good work that you've done, that you've laid the groundwork for just making this a better place to live and work. So thank you.
Well, this is not your last select board.
Plenty
Okay,
more. No,
once
have
we
weeks
hear
ahead of
it's the
me.
last select board meeting, we'll all have plenty to
Yes.
say.
My authorization to hire is on in your
the-
miscellaneous, so
Okay,
please
right.
approve that
Okay.
so we can.
Of course, once that happens, we'll really miss you and try to figure out how to live without you.
Mm.
And find someone who is both tough as well as personable, right? I mean, it's amazing, how you tell people to shut up. It was such a nice voice and such a nice voice. Okay.
So true.
So, any rate, okay, let's move on. Next, we have miscellaneous items. Question of approving the meeting minutes of January 23rd, 2024. Any edits to those minutes from the select board? I move approval of the minutes from January 23, 2024. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Okay, next, I'm going to take the following items. I mean, is it 7 through B or 7 through, or 7B through
7.
H or I?
J, actually.
J, okay, and,
There's a day?
Yes.
No.
What?
No. Aye.
It's I. I'm sorry.
okay. Okay, so, did we take off the,
There was a duplicate.
There was a duplicate item. That's my fault. Sorry.
okay, so it should be H, right?
Yes.
No,
No, I is
aye.
correct.
Okay, so you added one. What's,
We removed
No.
duplicate. And
I, not Jay.
yes. I.
okay. Okay. Any rate, let's say it this way. I will take the following items, beginning with 7B through the end of item 7, in omnibus fashion, unless any select board member wants to discuss an item individually. I don't see any hands to do that. So all in favor of item 7B through the end of item 7, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, next. Police Department authorization to hire. Question of approving the authorization to hire request for a school traffic supervisor / parking control officer in the traffic division of the police department. Is Chief,
I
I see
believe.
Chief Sullivan here. Is Chief Pastor?
Hold on one second. Kevin Johnson's here. No, that's from DPW. Where is?
We can move to fire and I'll figure out.
We'll move to fire.
Okay. Fire department promotions. Question of approving the following promotions in the fire department is presented by Chief Sullivan. Firefighter Edward D. Gilbert to lieutenant. Lieutenant Devin W. Ream to captain. Captain Patrick M. Canny to deputy chief. And Deputy Chief David A. Randolph to the Chief of Operations / Executive Officer, number 2 person in the fire department. So Chief Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair Green, and thank you to the board for your confidence in voting another contract. I really love working for the town of Brookline, and it's been one of the highlights of my career to have served this community for these past 6 years, and I look forward to the next 3. With that said, it is a great deal of pleasure to offer to you the list that the chair has put before you for promotion. As you know, our Chief of Operations, Colin O'Connell, is completing 34 and a half years of service to the town of Brookline. His last day is Wednesday. We had a little meet and greet for him last Friday, and he will sorely be missed. He's a dedicated employee, a native son of Brookline, and he's been an outstanding asset to me in the office for these past 2 years, and I wish Chief O'Connell nothing but the best. But as a result of that retirement, there's a trickle-down effect, and if you will, you have your packet in front of you. Firefighter Ellie Gilbert will be promoted to lieutenant, joined the fire department in 2012, 2006 graduate of Nashua South High School in Nashua, New Hampshire, matriculated to Middlesex College before taking a full-time position at the DPW here in Brookline, where his father served for many, many years. He is a firefighter 1-2 hazmat operations level. He is nationally certified EMT, and he has served as a temporary lieutenant with distinction for a number of months now. Lieutenant Devin Ream joined the fire department in October 2013, promoted to the rank of lieutenant in 2021. He's a 2003 graduate of Dover Sherburne Regional High School and graduated from the Virginia Military Institute in 2007 with a bachelor's degree in military history. He holds a second bachelor's degree in fire science from Anna Maria College. After graduating from VMI, he enlisted in the United States Marine Corps Reserves and served as an active duty capacity in Afghanistan during Operation Enduring Freedom. Lieutenant Ream has been serving as a temporary captain since November of 2022. Captain Patrick Canny happens to be the brother of our police chief, was appointed to the Brookline Fire Department in November 1999 and promoted to lieutenant in 2007 and further to the rank of captain in 2017. Over the course of his 23-plus-year career, Pat is a 1998 graduate of Brookline High and holds certificates in Firefighter 1-2, Instructor 1, Fire Officer 1. He's an outstanding leader and he'll make an incredible asset to our department. And lastly, Deputy Chief David Randolph, who is a 23-plus-year veteran of the department, promoted to Deputy Chief in 2020, assigned to the Fire Prevention Bureau, where he had a great deal of interaction with many of the town department heads and members. He's a 1998 graduate of Brookline High, holds an associate's degree in science from Bunker Hill Community College, as well as a bachelor's degree in science, fire science from Salem State University. He's currently pursuing a master's degree in public administration at Anna Maria College. He holds numerous certifications and is a longstanding member of the state's hazardous materials team. His depth of knowledge and experience management skills are outstanding and makes him an ideal candidate for the day-to-day field operations of our department. And I hope that all of these excellent members of the department who are deserving of this promotion will meet with favor from the board.
Thank you, Chief Sullivan. Any discussion or questions from the select board? John, Paul,
Paul, thank you.
yeah, whoever you are.
Sure, great. Sure, great. Chief Sullivan, first, I wanted to say thank you for your long service to our community and your continued commitment to Brookline. We greatly appreciate it, and I know that the residents and citizens of Brookline appreciate it as well. I also did want to mention Chief O'Connell. I know that he also has provided long outstanding service to Brookline. And I'm pleased to see that we have in the promotion queue individuals that have been in Brookline for a long time, graduates from Brookline High School. It's great to see that. So I just wanted to say thank you as a comment, and I didn't have any questions.
Thank you very much.
Well, I second Paul's comments, and we really appreciate the hard work you've done here in Brookline and what you've brought to the town and other town departments. So with that, I'd like to move, unless Miriam, you have something to say, or are you just looking over here?
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'd like to move approval of the following positions in the fire department as presented, or the positions in the fire department as presented by Chief Sullivan. And as I mentioned or read off earlier, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. And we're talking about following promotions. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, question of setting the hours and location. I'm sorry. Yes, Devin?
We can go back to police.
Police.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Kaufman, you'll have to wait. Police Department authorization to hire. I see Jim Pastor, our Chief Pastor, is here. Question of approving the authorization to hire request for a school traffic supervisor / parking control officer in the traffic division of the Police Department. Chief Pastor.
Good evening, and apologies for the confusion there. I appreciate you all taking the time to hear my request for the authorization to hire for one full-time school crossing guard. This is to replace our full-time crossing guard, Mary Frances O'Connor, who recently retired. She'd previously been assigned to the intersection at Walnut and Kennard. She served us for a number of years. She'll be greatly missed by the community and by our department as well, but we're ready to move forward and find the next great employee.
Any questions or comments from the select board? Okay. Then I move approval of the authorization to hire request for a school traffic supervisor / parking control officer in the traffic division of the police department. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very
Pastor.
much.
Next, now Ben Kaufman, you can come up and talk to us about the March election.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if the board will indulge me before we begin, I would like to add my voice to the well-earned cacophony of appreciation for Devin Fields. There are a lot of people in town hall who work very hard, but perhaps none who has been such a force for good as Devin has been, an asset not only to the community but also to her colleagues here in town hall. And truly, Brookline's loss will be Chelsea's gain. And as she knows, while she might be leaving, I do expect her to come back and continue to serve as a poll worker for all of our future elections. Speaking of elections, we are in the throes of the 2024 election season. For those who have not been paying attention, we have 4 elections in Brookline this year, one in March, one in May, one in September, and one in November. And the March election is very much underway. As we speak on the first floor in room 103, there are 15 people, high school interns, town employees, temporary employees who we bring on who are stuffing ballots for the very first mailing of your March presidential primary. So anybody who requested a ballot, those should be hitting your doors in the coming days and weeks. So get excited for all of that. What's before the board today is 3 votes related to the administration of the March election. And I'll just go through them in order if the chair is okay with that. So I'm not taking time with each of them individually. The first is the actual warrant for the March presidential primary. The warrant includes positions, it's a presidential preference, as well as positions for state committee and for town committee. Those will all be done by party. So there's a Democrat, Republican, and Libertarian ballot that will have those 3 offices. Included in the warrant is the list of polling locations. There is a small technical change, which I know I am very excited about. And that is that the precincts 10 and precinct 11 will both be voting at the Driscoll School, as they always have. However, they will now be at the new Driscoll School in the multi-purpose room, which we are very excited about. We are going to be posting information for voters to let them know about the change in polling location, as well as making sure we have lots of signage up to direct people to the correct entrance for their new polling location. Did a walkthrough of that space. It was beautiful. Special thanks to Principal Euclid for allowing us in there to help christen his new building. In addition to the warrant, the board has before it a question to approve police details for the presidential primary election. These police officers serve a crucial role. They enforce election laws, maintain safety within the polling location. They also have been known to provide other assistance. That's not necessarily part of their duties, but they do as just good members of our community. We've had police officers who have helped to translate for voters so that they can understand their ballots, who have helped wardens make sure that signage is appropriate throughout the precinct, and they serve an invaluable role. Before you is a question of approving those police details for each precinct, as well as some additional details that we have for various crowd control and safety measures, especially related to polling locations that are in our schools. The final item that is before the board is the question of approving the early voting schedule, dates, and locations for the March presidential primary. And here is an important note that I want to flag for the board. Under the Votes Act, there are certain requirements for early voting that communities must follow, and that is largely based around the number of registered voters in that community. Brookline is currently hovering right around a threshold that determines how many hours of early voting we must offer. The threshold is 40,000. We are currently a little bit over 39,000, and I expect that by the time we get to the fall, we will be back over that 40,000 voter threshold. Therefore, while we would only be required to offer 4 hours of early voting each of the weekend days, I believe it's appropriate for us to offer 6 hours, just so that we have continuity with what we've done in the past and have continuity with what we're going to do throughout the rest of 2024. Plus, I always think it's better to have more hours of voting than fewer. So there is a motion here that would allow us to do 6 hours of early voting on the Saturday and Sunday, as well as all of our regular business hours during the week before the election here at Town Hall, as well as 2 early voting locations outside of Town Hall. One on Saturday, the 24th of February at the Putterham Library, and one on Sunday, the 25th of February at the Coolidge Corner Library, to allow some extra access so that people who might not be able to get to Town Hall still have the opportunity to go and to vote in person. So those are the 3 votes that are before the board, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board?
I have one question,
Paul.
Bernard. Thank you. Ben, thank you. So you talked about the threshold. I assume that threshold of 40,000 is gives you the statutory minimum number of hours. And so that's what would push us to 6.
That is correct.
But
So
there's nothing that says we couldn't offer 10.
no, there is nothing.
We can offer 6. There's no limitation.
Correct. The statutory threshold that sets a minimum number of offerings, which if you are under 40,000 voters is 4 hours each of the weekend days. If you're over 40,000, it's 6 hours, but those are minimums. So
Perfect.
we can
Okay,
always
thank
offer
you.
more.
Any other comments or questions, Miriam?
No one is going to mistakenly go to Old Driscoll, folks, because we started demolition. Sorry, go ahead.
Please do not go there.
Okay. John?
Just want to say, Ben, I appreciate the update on the work of the office, but I would avoid the phrase stuffing ballots.
I would like to point out there's a crucial difference between stuffing ballots and stuffing ballot boxes. They're very different items. What they're doing is putting ballots into envelopes so they can be mailed out.
I had a little reaction there when I heard stuffing.
Perfectly understandable.
Okay, so unless there are any further discussion, I'd like to move approval of, as described in greater detail by Mr. Kaufman, the warrant for the March 5th, 2024 presidential primary election, the assignment of police details, and setting the hours and location for early voting of that March 5th, 2024 presidential primary election. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and I look forward to seeing you on March 5th.
Next, boards and commissions. We have an interview for the Arts Commission of Tanya Slater. And she is here in the audience. Please come up to the microphone, introduce yourself, and tell us why you're interested and what you have to offer to the Arts Commission, in addition to everything we've read in your materials.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Tanya Schlatter, and I'd like to say hello to select board members and to everyone. And thank you for considering my application to serve on the Brookline Commission for the Arts. So to answer why I would like to serve, a little while ago, I came across a survey that was about the arts and funding the arts in Brookline. And as a designer, an artist, a professor, and an arts supporter, I was very interested in receiving this and in the questions that it was asking. So I saw the questions as related to understanding the user experience. And in this case, that would be sort of residents' desired experience regarding arts initiatives in Brookline. So user experience design is my area of expertise, my most professional area of expertise. I've worked with large teams and small teams to improve experiences and effectiveness around communications, services, products. So I wondered as I was filling out this survey, who had sponsored this questionnaire? And I wondered who was going to receive my answers. And I wondered what would happen to the answers that I was providing. And I also wondered how I might be a part of that effort. So I Googled. I must have noticed that it said Brookline Commission for the Arts, and that was not an organization that I was familiar with. So I think it was through the Googling that I learned about the commission, and later I learned about the opportunity to serve in this seat. So I would like to be a part of analyzing the data collected, if possible, if that hasn't already, if that hasn't already happened. Is that better? Yep. Okay. So I'd like to be a part of analyzing the data collected, if that hasn't happened yet, if possible, and helping to oversee any decisions that may happen as a result. And this is because I want everyone who is an artist who gets joy from the arts to be aware of the opportunities that they have to participate in initiatives that are sponsored by the commission. And I want to act in concert with the other commissioners so that the arts initiatives in Brookline are as vibrant and as inclusive as they can possibly be. So thank you for that question.
Any other questions?
In a minute, I'm having my.
Oh, in a minute?
Yes.
People are jumping ahead of you. I think I saw John's hand.
Just a quick question. Have you had the opportunity to attend commission meetings at this point?
No, I have not. Once I learned about the commission, I signed up for, I guess there were a series of, I could sign up to receive the minutes, which I did.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Thanks.
Well,
First, thank you for your interest. Two things stuck out for me in your application. One, I love this idea that you're into data and surveys and really wanting to understand them. And I assume also structuring them in a way that would end up with results that could be meaningful and helpful. Could you speak a little bit about the user experience aspect of it? Because that's another area that I think is very interesting. Could you give an example of how your experience professionally or otherwise might help with the user experience with respect to art?
Sure. I mean, user experience in the way that I've practiced it has been around communication. So how effective are communications? And communications can relate to, so I've done a lot of work in nonprofit and higher ed, for example. And so the user experience that I've looked at a lot is one of being an applicant, for example, to colleges. So as a student, what is the student experience? If they expressed interest in a school, if they have applied, what information do they receive at different points along the way? So there's kind of the content of the information, there's how it's delivered, there's how it's designed visually. So that's one example. Could be web-based, it could be postcards, all along to most recently, I worked at Harvard with a number of software development teams working on tools for analyzing data and sharing data. So in that case, the users were academic researchers and kind of what is their experience on a few different applications.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry, my.
Okay, so you don't have any questions. Okay. Okay, thank you. And we'll be making our appointments at a later meeting.
Okay.
We appreciate your application and coming before us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next, departmental budget presentation, a discussion of the guidance memo that has been put together and that we will circulate to departments so that they come to us during our budget hearings with interesting and exciting information that we can use in our deliberations.
Yes, so
It's
Yes.
in the packet.
it's in the packet. I sent a late-breaking revised version based on some comments that I received from board members. So I want to put that up on the screen and make sure people can review. Give me 1 second. So I will share my screen here. There we go. So the revision to this document for this fiscal year focuses on the discussion that you had last week about increasing the board's involvement and driving out the timeline in terms of when you begin discussing goals and objectives. Specifically, it talks about the coming fiscal year, beginning the process of goal setting earlier, starting at a regularly scheduled workshop, and engaging in a strategic planning process to provide with longer term guidance. And it notes that it would be crucial for the board to hear feedback from department heads as to the feasibility and desirability of the goals and objectives that you will be developing. It goes on to talk specifically about this year's process. We would like to hear both about the proposals for the coming year and your own internal goal setting efforts. And I noted the comment that you had that in the past, the board has felt that the presentations, while informative, have left limited time for dialogue with the department heads. As such, we have told them this year, whereas last year it was a suggestion, this year it is firm. It should not last longer than 10 minutes, should not be longer than 10 slides. We will note that the full section from their full section from the budget book, along with any additional information department heads wish to provide, will be included in the packet for that week's meeting well in advance to give the board time to review it and ask questions about it at the meeting. Then we talked about some of the substantive questions that were raised. We built on the questions from last year about the biggest accomplishments, the metrics used for success, new initiatives. One of the questions that a couple of you asked that we added as a sub-question: how did you determine how to prioritize certain initiatives over others? What is your thought process behind the goals you set with the limited resources you have? Would you say demands for your services have increased, decreased, or stayed the same? Are you planning on adding or subtracting personnel? Are there ways you have identified to provide efficiencies in service without increasing headcount? And then the question that was asked last year that I think people found informative, which was, would your priorities change in the event that we were not in a limited budget situation? And if so, how? Are there additional questions or comments the board wishes?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Sure.
It's somewhere in here in the first part of your memo. I think in the questions that we want them to address should be a question about their long-term goals. Beyond the next fiscal year. What do you anticipate in the next 5 years, even beyond that? I mean, that's something that I think is very important, and we want people to start thinking about those things. The other thing is, we're going to start a process of developing board priorities and goals. And to the extent that we've articulated any this year, I'd like them to talk about whether they think that those goals and priorities are reasonable, can be incorporated, how they've incorporated them into their budget, et cetera. Those are the two things that I'm interested in. Paul?
Thank you, Bernard. And I agree with your comments. And first, Chaz, I don't know who wrote this. This was a well-done document, so I appreciated
Yes,
receiving it.
I agree with that.
Did you write it, Bernard?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
The guy with the Master in Fine Arts and Writing probably wrote it.
I think it has Bernard. Yeah, my
It
fiction.
has Bernard says. I did not write it. But we also received the FY 24 accomplishments and then FY 25 priorities.
Yes.
And, I'm just wondering, how are these things connecting? Because we haven't had that discussion yet.
That's right.
And I'm hoping that we're going to be able to have that
that's-
soon.
That's right. That's my goal for next week. We got
Okay.
comments from 2 board members, and
Yeah.
my goal this week is to chase down the other 3.
Okay. And
I'm not
but-
going to
I'm
name
one of
names.
those.
But Chaz, that conversation next week would be really helpful to department heads,
Yes.
even just to, I don't think there probably wouldn't be any big giant surprises, but it would be helpful to connect some of their commentary to us to that very lengthy 39 item priority list.
And I talked
Really.
we talked to department heads last week after your initial meeting on this subject, and we directed them to, to the extent, if anyone hadn't seen it, to kind of review that discussion, and note that this
Right.
kind of shift is coming,
Right.
and to be prepared to be
Yeah.
conversant on these issues.
And I do want to compliment the chair, because he has been, kind of pushing us towards a more strategic, thoughtful process starting earlier. Ideally in the summer, where goals and objectives and these conversations start earlier. And with an eye towards a framework of maybe a 5-year or 7-year strategic plan. I think that's really important, Bernard, and I appreciate you moving us in that direction.
Thank you.
I have
Yeah.
it's minor and you don't have to make the change, but 10 minutes and 10 slides is not good math. It should be 5 minutes. 5 slides. You should really, but I'm going to leave that to you. I'm just saying that math does not work out in my head as somebody who.
No more than.
PowerPoints.
No, I
No
agree.
more than 10 slides, but if you have 10 slides and you have 10 minutes, you have a problem.
Yeah.
Like at least getting that information to us in a
Yeah.
useful, digestible.
Unless it's a picture slideshow.
Right,
and this is-
unless it's a picture slideshow.
And this is
then
where
go
I
for
want,
it.
sometimes departments do. I mean, I think it's
Yeah.
important too, especially, this is one of the things we talked about last week, departments that aren't as public facing. I think it really is important for them to have the opportunity to have
Yeah.
that presentation, the visual presentation in the packet, even if it is just kind of gone through, to make sure that, their staffs are recognized.
I was just gonna say, my number one favorite slide from every one of those is when they put up a picture of all of the staff.
Mine.
They should still do that, but I'm just saying, I think that maybe we need to qualify that 10 slides.
Yeah, and,
10.
but they don't have to speak about each slide. I
they
mean, the
don't,
slides
but-
are for our
Saying.
purpose, for our use. Yeah, no,
Put
I
it
get
out
it.
there. I said,
get
you
it.
don't have to change it. I'm just.
I want to give it some kudos briefly to, sorry, John, there were some high school students that presented at the fall town meeting. And I think they probably had some of the best slides, that I've ever seen presented at town meeting. They were concise. They weren't full of information. They were to the point.
Shout out to Ezra Kleinbaum.
Ezra, yep.
Yep, who is working. on it.
Okay,
Yep,
let-
thanks.
John wants to talk.
Well, I don't think I see anything about equipment. And so that's the basis for my question. Should we have a question that, gets at, let's say there's a department head who isn't going to complain about it, but feels like they should have had the replacement of some of their equipment 5 years ago, much less this year. And they're going to struggle through another year, with out of date equipment or equipment that fails. How would we get at that?
So we have those discussions internally, and that's one of those things where I do think where I want department heads to have the ability to have these conversations and to advocate for their priorities. But I also think that that's one of those things where we try and work those issues out before they come to you is really
Yeah,
where this
yeah.
is. I don't want us to get in the habit of, because remember, Melissa, Charlie, and I really take the first pass at this and try and make sure that we're balancing out everyone's priorities in a situation of scarcity. What I don't want to create is the incentive, which I don't think, these department heads would take, but that, you don't want to set the precedent for someone coming up and saying, after going through the backbreaking work of trying to balance the budget, for them come up and say, you know what, I just need another $100,000 for this piece of equipment, and having the board say yes, and then us having to figure out where that money comes from. We don't, obviously the team doesn't operate that way. The department heads are very good. All of us are adults. All of us understand. I don't think that would be a serious concern, but I want to disincentivize that. I don't want to be in a situation where someone says, yes, we are in a situation where we're not, we can't do everything we want to do. I don't want to create the incentive for folks to go to select board of the advisory committee and say, hey, let's fight other departments for a bigger piece of the pie.
Okay.
Except that, it really is our responsibility to make sure that, we're not running into a situation where we're using 20th century equipment trying to do 21st century tasks. And I don't think that, we should get too deep into the weeds there, but there needs to be some process whereby we have some assurance that those issues have been addressed. I'm not sure what that is, but
I think one of the biggest things you did on that, actually, you did last year with ARPA, which you greatly accelerated in DPW, in particular, the capital replacement process, by allocating ARPA funds in that regard. You were able to replace several pieces of mission critical equipment. And I think that's actually reduced some of the burden there. It still exists. We are obviously still in a post-COVID environment. But the backlog of replacement there is still has been reduced. And I think other departments are seeing that as well. The ARPA money for capital expenditures for equipment, freeing up budget to then, take on some of this backlog.
So, I'm sorry, John,
No, I'm
I'll be in
done.
a second. But, we need to know that that has happened and that, there's not problems coming up down the road that, we won't hear from the staff, but we may hear from the community who says, I went into the finance department and their computer wasn't able to handle whatever it is.
Right.
So I'm not sure, how we get that assurance, but we need to be able to have the assurance and to be involved in that process.
This is a,
I'm done. No, I was done.
I think John is onto something here. And it doesn't seem like John is suggesting that we want to hear requests for stuff and, there's a shopping list that comes to the select board. But if they're going to be presenting their operating budget, is there also a corresponding capital budget that they can speak to as part of their department and what they're doing?
Yes.
So would that be part of the presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
We
And then,
talk about their CIP requests. And,
okay.
yeah.
In the departmental budget, they'll talk about their CIP requests, the department head would.
Yes.
And as one of the agenda items is to say, if there was no constraint, what would you ask for?
Yes.
Now, I would assume, well-intentioned department heads say, those aging mowers that I'm using to, cut the grass at the high school.
Yep.
It'd be great to start replacing those, or
Yes.
parking meter issues that are aging with RF, radio, whatever, communication technology. That's the type of thing I think
Yeah.
would be okay to have come up at these meetings.
I agree. Yes. I think that's kind of that context, is the
Right.
situation of saying, that also, I think, helps you inform and develop your priorities, because you're
Right.
saying, oh, wait a minute, what we're hearing from departments is there is an unmet need that they are identifying that is being articulated from the community as well. So you're getting it from both ends. You're getting it from staff, you're getting it from
Right.
your constituents. Then, you're able to then, as part of the goal setting process, say in the summer, and, we've heard this now, we need to make this a priority, and you can direct us as, developing the budget. Please make this area a priority, ensure that these needs are met, and we will follow up on that.
And they shouldn't come and say, I've been asking for it and they just won't give it to me.
Yes.
That's what you're trying to avoid.
That's what we're trying to. Or,
John,
this
did you have-
department gets everything,
no, I'm
my
done.
department
Okay.
doesn't. I know, again, we have this is a really great place to work. This department has worked very well together. I'm trying to protect the process, and I don't have concerns about the people.
Yeah. Yeah, and the process is important. I mean, we can't undermine the process, but at the same time, I just want to make sure that we're not caught sort of unawares of problems that, we should be on top of.
Right, and this is really my job and Melissa's job, right, is to escalate to you these issues and make sure that we are not letting these things slip through the cracks.
I think one other point is that, as we go forward, it's great to hear from the department heads during the budget process. But it would also be great to hear from them at another point throughout the year, at least once, to get an update on how they think things are going, so that we can, get some better insight into how things are happening within the town, but also how can we help them more? Because of course they're learning things throughout the year as well. And instead of having to wait once a year for the budget presentation, or a lot of questions at town meeting, it'd be great to do a check-in, at some point throughout the year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a voting item, right? So we're approving,
Sending this letter.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I added that language about in looking at the select board's accomplishments, and for the past fiscal year and goals for this one, do you have any comments or concerns about the ones that impact your department? I've added that language about what are your department's current long-term goals and objectives.
Okay, with those edits, I move approval of the departmental budget presentation guidance document. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next. MBTA bus transit signal and bus priority lanes pilot for Gateway East.
And I do want to note for the board and for the community that this is a presentation, but we thought, especially given the, if there's questions or concerns, that this is an opportunity to present this proposal, but we did not expect to vote tonight. We would hopefully tee up a vote for your next meeting.
Okay, who's gonna, I see is that Aaron? Yes.
Yes, good
Okay.
evening.
Good evening.
Hello. My name is Erin Jude. I'm the Commissioner of Public Works, and I'm here this evening with Brian Kane, Chair of the Transportation Board, and Dan Martin, Transportation Engineer, to present an initiative that holds great promise for our community and region, the Gateway East Bus Priority Pilot. And I will go ahead and share my screen with you and with the public. Okay. And if you could elevate both Brian and Dan, that would be terrific. So can you see the screen properly?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So the pilot is a project at a dedicated bus lane in a relatively small but crucial area in Gateway East that has historically been a hub for public transit. This evening, we'll provide an update on the pilot, including the schedule for implementation, analysis, and decision-making, and the MOU between the town and the MBTA. And tonight, as the town administrator mentioned, is for presentation, and we look forward to coming back to you for a vote next week. So at a high level, the goal of the project is to enhance the efficiency and reliability of our public transportation system while fostering sustainable and accessible mobility options for residents. The dedicated bus lane is part of a regional initiative to improve public transit. Specifically here in our corridor, it's to move the number 66, 65, and 60 buses through this intersection more swiftly. The goal of the pilot is to evaluate the impacts of a bus priority lane with the associated improvements. Rigorous data collection and evaluation will be conducted by a third party throughout the pilot period to assess its impact on transit times, traffic flow, and the overall experience of both bus riders and other users of the public right-of-way. This will allow the town to make informed decisions as to whether or not to adopt a permanent bus priority lane based on data and the real-world implications observed during the pilot. And the project also supports and is in alignment with town goals articulated in the Climate Action Plan and the fall 2019 warrant Article 31 that sets forth sustainable transportation priorities. A little bit about the history and process to date. So the town has been working on this pilot with Mass DOT and the MBTA for 3 years. The MBTA approached the town towards the end of the Gateway East project with an interest in discussing bus priority lanes. The project was at the end of construction, but the Transportation Board said that the proposal could be discussed as a pilot post-construction. The project was introduced at 2 dedicated public information systems at the end of 2020 and in 2021, and 4 Transportation Board meetings. The Select Board signed an MOU with the MBTA for analysis and reimbursement that supported the efforts for developing the pilot and metrics. And the Transportation Board voted in May 2021 in favor of a 1-year pilot. Outreach included, it was posted on the website, Notify Me, automatic communication was sent out to the Transportation Board, Bike Advisory Committee, Pet Advisory, Shared Mobility, all of their listservs. Town meeting members were communicated with. The Brookline Chamber, the Village Merchant Association, SUFA signs were used. There was direct mail to abutters on Boylston, High, Walnut, and the Emerson Garden area. It was provided hand-delivered and posted at the large condos with their condo associations. 5 articles were written in various publications, and the Transportation Board chair directly emailed the TMMA listserv and both of the neighborhood associations right there in the vicinity. So the meetings were well attended, and there was a lot of comments that were provided and feedback throughout those 6 public meetings to develop the pilot. So what has happened since? So once the pilot was approved, Mass DOT, the town, and the MBTA have been working together in an iterative process to review and refine the plans. An analysis framework was developed with an extensive list of metrics to be studied during this pilot, including kind of highlights would be the morning and evening vehicle queue lengths, volume and speed of vehicles on Route 9 and residential side streets, to monitor any cut-through traffic. The MBTA, the buses, the 50th and 60th percentile travel times and dwell times, and also user feedback through both surveys and a comment tool that we have. Contracts were drafted, funding was secured, specifications were created, and supplies secured for a signal upgrade. And also adaptive signals. These are adaptive signals that will monitor general traffic, MBTA buses, and adjust in real time to reduce vehicle delay and provide transit signal priority. And it was important to the town that all of the signal upgrades were completed before the pilot began, and the MBTA agreed with that. And over the past 2 years, there have been regular updates to the Transportation Board, including at their last meeting on January 17th. And so the analysis and decision-making phase is a critical aspect of the initiative. Quarterly updates will be provided to the Transportation Board, reported out to the public, summarizing the data collected, progress of the pilot, challenges and successes, and allowing an opportunity for feedback. And then upon completion of the 4 quarterly updates, there'll be a final report, a presentation will be made to the Select Board, and then a final public hearing will be held by the Transportation Board to discuss and ultimately make a decision whether or not to recommend to the town to formalize its arrangement with the MBTA for the bus priority route going forward. So the decision-making timeline is structured to allow for careful consideration and analysis of the pilot's outcome. So in a sort of high-level overview, that's where we are. That's kind of, we're looking at the pilot. There's been a sort of rigorous effort put into the metrics and analysis to determine whether or not this sort of that provide data so that the town will have that to determine whether or not this is a long-term initiative that the town would like to make permanent. And so with that, I am going to introduce Dan Martin. He is our extraordinary transportation engineer in the Department of Public Works, and he's going to review the project area with you, projected queue at peak commute time, and projected time impact on Route 9 for both buses and vehicles. And I did ask that we walk through an aerial of the plan set so that you can understand each section. So with that, I turn it over to Dan.
Thanks, Sarah, for the introduction. Thanks for hearing me, select board members. As you can see here, that's an example of a bus priority lane right here on Brighton Ave, right next door. The bus priority lane is painted red to discourage general traffic from traveling in it. And then the middle lane is for regular traffic. And then on the next slide, this is how Gateway East looks today. So to orient you, this is Washington Street, Route 9. On the left, you have High Street and Washington Street coming out of Brookline Village. And then as you work your way east, you'll see Pearl Street and Walnut Street. And then there's Brookline Ave. And then just a little past that is the Emerald Necklace Crossing and the Boston Town Line. And this is the lane configurations we have out there today. And then on the next slide, you'll see the aerial of the bus priority lanes. So in general, they're starting at Station Street and they're going to the town line. And the biggest impact that you'll see is we're taking out one of the general purpose travel lanes. So heading eastbound, one of the lanes is striped to be bus priority. So we essentially have one through lane going eastbound now. And then on Route 9, just west of High Street, everyone entering the corridor will have to merge into one lane that's going through. And then the right lane is right turn only, and that's where people will turn off. And now we're going to get into the construction. This is a little closer view of the work that's being done. The project's beginning at Old Lincoln High School. We're going to make improvements to the stop line, pushing it 40 feet back from the crosswalk to give more visibility. And then on the next slide, you'll see it where the inbound traffic is now being directed to form either the left turn lane if they're going through or get into the right turn lane if they're turning right. And on the next slide, yep, so right here, this is where you enter the corridor. High Street's on the bottom of the page. And then right in the village where Washington is, where Station, this is where the project's beginning. So the bus priority lane starts heading eastbound. The two left turn lanes that are there today, one is striped for a left turn, bus only, and then the other left is general traffic. And then this slide here, you can see this is right in front of the fire station. So that's where the bus lane begins. So only bus traffic will be allowed in this lane, along with the LMA shuttles and emergency vehicles. And then if you want to take a turn either on Walnut Street or Pearl Street, it's a shared bus turn lane. So traffic can get into that lane to turn, or buses can use it to travel forward. And that's the same for eastbound and westbound. And then at the next slide, you'll see Brookline Ave and the Brook House intersection with Washington Street. And again, Brookline Ave and Brook House both have that shared turn lane. So cars can get into the right turn lane to make the right turn, and buses continue straight on the bus only lane. And we still have two left turn lanes coming out of Brookline Ave, and they'll enter into the shared right turn if they go to Pond, or they can continue straight into Boston where two lanes open up, and then our bus lane ends. And that's kind of an overview of the pavement markings and how the bus lane will function. And then on the next slide, this is just the highlight. This is westbound, the other direction. it's very similar heading westbound, except we do have 2 through lanes most of the time. And into the village, we have the bus only lane. And then on the next slide, you can see that dashes out as you enter the village and returns back to the regular 2 general purpose travel lanes that it is today. Okay, so this is, so to remove the travel lane, there are some significant traffic impacts. And this is a graphic showing the potential queuing. And this is the worst case during the day. This is the peak hour when the most traffic will be there. And this particular slide is the morning peak hour. On the left, you can see right now with the configuration we have today, the traffic on Route 9 is right about past Old Lincoln School. And then in the village, it's right near Hickey Triangle. But now on the right is the bus priority lane. So we've removed one of the general traffic lanes and now everyone is sharing one lane. And this backs up traffic. So you can see on Route 9, the traffic now is right near the U-Haul or approaching Cypress Street. And then in the village, instead of being Hickey Triangle, now the traffic's backed up to Webster Place and Holden Street. And this is for the morning. And then on the next slide, you can see the evening backup. So this is the PM and the most traffic is now heading outbound. And you can see with the configuration we have now with 3 lanes entering the corridor, traffic's backing up to about South Huntington Avenue. And then in order to accommodate the bus priority lane, if we reduce it to 2 lanes, traffic backs up right near Parker Hill Ave, which is that street right on the right of this image. And then on the next slide, this is some of the impacts you see. So on Route 9 for drivers, it's going to take an additional 5 minutes of time if you're heading inbound. But for transit users who are going to have these lanes now, there's a reduction in time. So if you're on a bus, you might see a 2 or 5 minute shorter travel time through the corridor, but the cars unfortunately do see a 5 minute increase. And we see a similar change in the afternoon. There's about a 4 minute delay for drivers on Route 9, but the buses are getting through, the individual passengers on the bus are getting through about 2 to 4 minutes quicker. And then we have the next slide. I think.
Yeah, so
Blaine.
thank you very much, Dan. I think with this, I would love to introduce the Transportation Board Chair, Brian Kane, who dedicates a huge amount of time to local transportation issues in the town and is an expert on public transit.
Well, thank you, Aaron. Thank you, members of the board, for hearing me tonight. And I'm very excited as we attempt to bring this project that's been a long time in the metaphorical baking to hopefully to a close. I wanted to talk a little bit about just bus lanes in general in the greater Boston region. They've been a part of the region since at least 2018 when the city of Everett put them in on Broadway. At the time, I remember talking to Mayor DeMaria up there, and there was huge concern that this was going to sort of be catastrophic. And they've actually found the opposite. If you talk to Mayor DeMaria, as I would encourage you to do, they've had nothing but success, and they've actually expanded their bus lanes in Everett by another several miles. Bus lanes are also now in existence in several Boston neighborhoods: Brighton, Roxbury, Mission Hill, downtown Boston, Allston, the North End, Roslindale, Chinatown. They're also in our neighbors in Arlington, Revere, Cambridge, Watertown, Chelsea, Everett, Somerville, Lynn, Malden, and Medford. There's also projects under design for Quincy. And some of us think that it's time for Brookline to join our neighbors in the region in giving bus riders a fair shake at having a decent trip. Just some facts about the program and about the 66 bus route in general. It's important to note the 66 is one of the key bus routes that the MBTA operates. At various times in the last decade, it's been the highest ridership route. There's about 13,500 average boardings and alightings on an average weekday. According to the last state data that we were able to find, 55% of the riders come from zero-car households. So these are folks that are doing all of the things that we as a society are asking them to do and living car light and having a very minimal impact on our environments and really helping to support climate change. And so a lot of us feel that this program is a way to sort of help and reward those folks by speeding up their trips and their times. Working with the T, this intersection was selected based on information that MassDOT and the MBTA pulled together that identified this intersection, Washington Street, as one of the largest delay areas on the 66. So this is a high impact potential to really speed up trips. And just a little bit about the project in general. There are concerns, and I have concerns about this project. I believe in it. I think it will work, and that's why we have insisted that it be a 1-year pilot. It is being done with paint. We're not moving curbs. There's no infrastructure involved. There's no unique cost to the town. This is all being paid for by the MBTA, and I believe what you're actually being asked to sign tonight is one of those agreements. If our public safety officials tell us that this just isn't working, that there's a safety issue, we can very quickly revert back to the status quo. At almost no fault to ourselves. I mean, we'll lose some staff time. We won't lose any money. But I do think that trying this in a good faith effort for the pilot program of 1 year with quarterly check-ins, with independent metrics developed by Tool and Associates, and some of the best minds out there, is the right thing to do at this time. We don't know how well this will work, or if it won't work until we try it. And that is why the Transportation Board is eager to try it. We're asking you tonight to support giving this a good faith effort and giving it a shot to help really this EJ project, this EJ community move through our town a little bit faster. Erin?
Thank you, Chairman Kane. And so the Gateway Use Bus Priority Project is designed to address the growing challenges of improving reliable options for public transit. And as our community and region evolve, we are looking to help support our public infrastructure, our public transportation infrastructure, be able to support that and do so as well. And so next steps would include the Select Board approving and signing an MOU with the MBTA. The MOU, in this, the MBTA agrees to fund the construction and studies for the project. The town and MBTA agree to track the metrics and analyze them to capture the impacts of the bus lane with the intention to make the pilot permanent. The MOU can be terminated at any time, and the town retains full control of the roadway and signals at all times. The town will then sign an updated traffic control agreement with MassDOT. MassDOT will issue a permit for construction in their right of way. And then the MBTA and town, should this move forward, we are targeting a late spring, early summer installation with a lot of public communication and outreach to happen in advance. So that is the conclusion of our overview of the pilot for you this evening, and we welcome questions.
Thank you. I see that Miriam has her hand up, and then Paul.
Great. Thank you. First, I have to say, Brian, I did not recognize you with the beard. It took me a minute, but it is a very nice look. Thank you very much for this. So this is literally, I take this Route 9 all the time, right? This is very close to my house. This will definitely impact me personally. And I want to say that I really appreciate how thoughtfully you have taken this on. I think this is important for us to do. I'm very grateful that it's a pilot. I think it'll be slightly irritating, but completely tolerable. But I think also if we take our commitment to sustainability and climate change seriously, then we have to be a little inconvenienced. I also think we really do need to support and encourage public transportation. So I am in favor of this. I love that it's not going to cost us anything in terms of dollars. It's going to cost us a little bit in time and inconvenience. I think that's, again, that's just how it is. There, we make choices. There are trade-offs. This is one I'm certainly willing to see how it goes as a pilot. So thank you.
Paul.
Yep. Thank you to all the presenters. First, you should know I'm supportive of the pilot, but I do have questions. We're not voting tonight, so and if some of these need to, I think you probably have the answers this evening. First, when I know that there was a tremendous amount of public engagement. It was a little while ago, and there was a delay. But was the design of this project? Did it contemplate the Peer School project? And what is the implication of the Peer School project? Trucks, iron, concrete being hauled away, being brought in. Is there a potential impact? That's my first question. When I get to my questions, if we can go back to that. The second question I had is for the signal equipment. It sounds like we're getting a big upgrade on signaling equipment. Who's responsible for tweaking the signal equipment as we're doing the pilot and changes? Is that us? Do we have those skills? Are we contracting with somebody? So how quickly is the turnaround on that? The third question I have is enforcement. So I do drive a bit on Com Ave, and I see lots of traffic, in front of the bus and behind the bus in the dedicated bus lane. That's a little bit different there because there is some crossover for parking and turning, but regularly people are just violating the bus, dedicated bus lane. So I'd really be interested in knowing, are we doing the enforcement? Are we prepared to do that? And then the last question I have is related to post-pilot implementation. It sounds like we're going to do this with paint. Brian, you mentioned we're going to do paint. Paint is easily changed if things don't work out. Will there be structural changes if we were to implement this permanently? Would there be changes to the roadway, or would it just be continued to be paint? So those are my 4 questions. Thank you.
So I'm happy to get started on those, and we may have a little more information here. We may need to get back to you on a couple things. So I would say, just in terms of just starting with the last one, structural changes, that will really, there's not a lot of wiggle room really sort of within the corridor in terms of structural changes, but potentially if the pilot is successful and we find that there could be some improvements gained by moving a curb line, et cetera, that will be evaluated potentially as part of the pilot. So not anticipated at this point in time, but I think that's something that we would look at to see if it does work and we want to move forward. Are there ways that we could make it function better? So certainly something we would look at. Going back to your question around peer school, but let's just say traffic counts. The analysis that was done used pre-COVID numbers and then did an assessment that gave a 20% inflator on that based upon sort of the occupancy and build out in the Gateway East area. We've continued to take counts, and we've taken counts as recently as September. And those numbers, we have not actually returned at those peak times to those pre-COVID numbers. And so we see those numbers as being, as remaining accurate and conservative. So while it didn't contemplate peer school specifically, it contemplated 20% increase in volume at peak commute times. So it did accommodate for an increased ridership. Dan, do you want to address the signal equipment?
Sure. So with the signal, we're working with our partners at the MBTA, and they have a very skilled project manager there, Jay Jackson, who's actually piloting a few different programs for adaptive signals and transit and priority, and Brookline is getting one of the most robust systems. So he has an interest to make sure it's working, and he's going to be writing a paper on the effects of the different signals. So he'll be a great resource. On top of that, we can reach out to the manufacturer and the SureTrack MyoVision operator of the adaptive signal system, and they'll be with us to make any changes. So yeah, we'll have the ability to make adjustments as needed throughout the pilot.
Yeah. And then regarding enforcement, this stretch is owned and managed by Brookline. So that would fall within the town of Brookline's jurisdiction, the police department's jurisdiction. And so looking at that enforcement, what that looks like, we would want the police department's input on that throughout the extent of the pilot. The police department and the fire department both have a liaison representative to the transportation board and participate in all of these meetings.
So Bernard, I just have one quick follow-up. Thank you, and that was really helpful. Just a follow-up on the Pierce project. I guess I'm less concerned about volume than I am about the type. So today, and probably not forecasted when we contemplated this, large tractor trailers carrying iron and, large cement trucks coming through. I assume there's going to be some pretty significant heavy equipment coming through the area. And I just, this is just something to consider. Does that need to be thought through? Is it going to be rerouted? Is it going to end up being pushed down Cypress Street during, school hours with the high school? And you could just see that I think there's a logistics issue. If that whole Gateway East becomes constrained during the Pierce demolition and construction project, it could have some implications on larger traffic potentially flowing in areas that we hadn't anticipated.
That's a great point. We'll take a closer look at that.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question regarding the signals. I guess you call them smart signals, right? And they're really designed for bus priority. My question has to do with as they relate to cars, because in that intersection going both ways, there's an incentive to jump lights and speed up in order not to be stuck at one red light after another. Now, of course, I don't do that, but I've noticed other people have. I was wondering if there's any, if you're doing anything to address that problem, because it can be dangerous, and it especially as we're tightening up the lanes available for car traffic or eliminating lanes.
Thank you for that question. We're actually really excited about the signal upgrade. I'm going to let Dan loves signals. I'm going to let him talk to you a little bit about that. And also, I think, Dan, the benefit of the ability for this signal to reset more quickly with the emergency preemption of the fire station.
Yep, the adaptive signals we're getting, they'll be monitoring the general vehicles, so all the cars going through the corridor, and also keeping track of the buses that are going through. And it will try and give vehicles a wave, so it will attempt to give them a green without stopping. And it's also going to learn the bus schedule and when it normally goes through the corridor and how long it takes at bus stops. And so it will know 10 minutes from now there's a bus coming through, and it will try and give it a green without impacting traffic, or as little as possible to impacting the general traffic, because it knows it's going to be at the bus stop for 4 minutes, and then it's going to continue on. So it will plan that ahead of time. And then one of the bigger problems in this corridor right now that we have is when the emergency preemption goes off, either from the fire station or an ambulance or a fire truck, it can take the signals in this corridor, there's 7 of them, it can take them up to 5 minutes or longer even to get back in coordination, because it takes multiple cycles for it to adjust. This signal system, when there's preemption, it's still running the original timing in the background, and when the preemption's over, it's supposed to pick up right where it left off. So it should be much more efficient at resuming normal operation after the fire station or An ambulance goes through the corridor, and it is monitoring the regular traffic and the buses. So it should benefit everyone.
John.
Thanks for the opportunity to comment, and thanks for the excellent presentations. Just want to note a few things. First of all, if you're not a person who appreciates the usefulness of these dedicated bus lanes to people who ride buses, then ride one of the buses that frequents one of the dedicated bus lanes, especially a route such as let's pick 39, Huntington Avenue as an example. You'll notice, a real difference in the convenience for the bus and the bus passengers of having these lanes. On the other hand, the route that I picked is one that has a substantial length of bus lane, and that makes a difference. I don't see this particular segment of dedicated lanes connecting to any Harvard Street, priority bus lane, and it doesn't connect to the Huntington Avenue dedicated bus lane, except that it, goes as far as where South Huntington Avenue, takes a swing. And then it all of a sudden is lost. And then after about, I don't know, I'm going to guess another mile or so, it picks up. So, in that case, yes, there's kind of a semi-continuous effect of this dedicated pilot of a bus lane, a dedicated bus lane, excuse me. But in the case of the 66 and the 65, and let's say the 60, they just have a brief moment of glory where they're in a dedicated bus lane as they pass through Brookline Village, and then it kind of ends. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I don't know if Chairman Kane has anything more to add. It's hard because I can't see him, but the MBTA feels that this small area with bus priority is significant to these three routes. So yes, it's a small area. They see it as significant to the overall network.
So that's where I was going with all of this, and I appreciate the answer, because I'm having a hard time seeing how it's significant. And I don't begrudge the MBTA the experiment, but I noticed the 66, for example, is a route that takes approximately 55 minutes from its origin point, if you want to go to Nubian, and then to its destination point, Harvard Square. And the buses tend to run at peak, about every 8 minutes. Then sometimes they run every 10. Then sometimes they run every 12. The 55 minutes that it's going to take, a 2 to 3 minute savings, excuse me, as far as I can tell, isn't going to make a difference in the number of buses that travel that route. So it's still going to be either 8 minutes between buses or 10 minutes between buses or 12 minutes between buses. And so the convenience to the riders, I just don't see where they're picking up much, except that very briefly during their 55 or 53-minute ride, they go a little bit faster than they would have gone. But if they're waiting for a bus, they're still going to have to wait the same amount of time. Am I figuring this out correctly?
So Commissioner, can I
Yes,
answer that
thank you
before you
very
do? Please, thank you. Good questions. Good questions.
Oh, thank you. I
So
was beginning to think they were stupid.
no, not at all. No. So I actually worked on I left the T as employee several years ago now, but I actually worked on its first transit signal priority project in Cambridge for bus, and we dealt with all of these questions and all of these permutations. And people who are much better at math assure me that it is not necessarily the travel time improvements or the time improvements, it's the regularity improvements that get you the real benefits. So the fact that there isn't a bus having to wait an unstandard amount of time at a traffic signal, and remember this intersection was identified by the authority as one of the places where buses had to wait the longest. If you can get buses through there even 1 or 2 minutes quicker, It just adds to that reliability. It adds to their ability to just stay on schedule. The signals, if the buses are ahead of schedule, they will not get the priority. The buses won't get the priority. So it's not all the time. These are very smart signals. So what the real benefit here is regularity, and it helps to keep them on schedule. There will be travel time savings, which is a huge benefit for the especially for the essential workers that are taking the 66. We know that the ridership tends to skew significantly towards folks that fall into an economic justice category. And so as much as we can do for regularity and travel time improvements is worth doing. One other quick thing, John, I know you like the math here. There are also studies that suggest even a 1 or 2 minute improvement calculated or cascading over a day is equal to an additional trip for each vehicle. So if you think about if there's one bus going back and forth, if it can save 1 to 2 minutes on each trip, eventually it saves itself an entire 55-minute segment. And that's a trip that the T doesn't have to pay for. It's a trip that is additional at no cost, and it's really beneficial to everybody. I hope I answered your question. I don't have the formula.
No, you did a great job. I'm still thinking about that last explanation, but you did a great job. And I'm just going to end by saying this. I wouldn't persist in this question if I didn't wonder, and that's all it is. I'm just kind of wondering, does the T have in mind that eventually there will be a full-length dedicated bus lane for, let's say, the 66 route? And if that's the eventual purpose of the pilot, should we have that on the table now so that we can decide before we, go take the first baby steps, whether we like the idea of there eventually being a full-length dedicated pilot?
So, Commissioner, if I may again, all of this is based on a 2018 report by the Central Transportation Planning Staff, which is the staff to the Boston Region Metropolitan Planning Organization, which Brookline sits on. Commissioner Shute is our representative on it. Harvard Avenue is not a priority lane on that study. And the T, as far as I know, everybody that I've talked to has no interest in trying to do such a thing right now. And I can assure you that as long as I'm on the transportation board, it will not be countenanced.
Good answer again. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good.
You're good?
I'm good.
Well, let's see if other board members are good.
All right.
Other board members good? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Shute and the Kane and
Dan Martin.
Okay. Any further discussion from the select board?
So we're going to take this up next week. Is that what?
We're going to
Yes,
vote
yeah.
now.
And we're going to vote next week.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah. So I hope,
Not
I just hope,
voting now.
yeah, I just hope everybody who's listening absorbs that. And if any people have questions they want to raise, now's the time to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so next item we are going to vote on. Oh, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Next item we are going to vote on approving a townwide parking meter rate increase from $1.25 an hour to $2 an hour, as recommended by the Transportation Board
There
again.
you are again.
Okay, are you gonna
Well,
make
thanks
a
for scheduling
presentation?
these back to back. I appreciate that.
Okay.
That's it. No,
So who's gonna talk?
How about I'll
Commissioner?
kick this off, and then Chairman Kane can I'll kick it off with the particulars, and Chairman Kane can fill in the rest. So good evening, Erin Chute, Commissioner of Public Works. If you're just joining us tonight, the Transportation Board, the Department of Public Works respectfully requests the Select Board approve and adopt the Transportation Board's approved parking meter rate increase to $2 per hour. The town's current parking meter rates are set at sort of a variable rate of either 75 cents, $1.25, or $2. This will bring all of those rates up to a standard $2 per hour rate. We're proposing this increase for the following reasons. Our current rate is significantly below standard for market with parking meter rates in our surrounding area, and $2 per hour will be in alignment with our neighbors. And the parking meter rates were last increased in 2016. 2016, the rates were increased. The Transportation Board was set to increase rates in 2020, but due to the pandemic, they postponed that increase. I do want to share that the Transportation Board voted earlier this late fall to increase the rates overall to $1.75, and then keep the meters that are at $2 the same, and then come back next year to do another increase. And at the request of the town administrator's office to really think about doing this holistically right now, and the time that had been since the last increase, and also really the needs of the budget going into the next fiscal year. The Transportation Board took that back up, and at the town administrator's recommendation and mine, took a new vote and recommended, in accordance with that, $2 per hour. So that is our recommendation, and it brings Brookline on par with our adjacent neighborhoods abutting really the town line. So if we're looking at Cleveland Circle, Commonwealth Avenue, Alston, Longwood area, that is our recommendation this evening.
Okay, this is a public hearing, but before we open it up to the public hearing, I'd like to hear from the select board. Any questions, comments, complaints? John?
Yeah, no complaints at all. And I'm going to stick my neck out just a little bit and say, I think it was as much at the instigation of the select board as, at the instigation of the town administrator, taking away no credit at all from the town administrator, that when we heard that the Transportation Board had voted $1.75, we took a second look at it. So I don't want to say this vote is pre-cooked, but there's been a sentiment on this board to go to the $2. And I'm really glad the Transportation Board did that. And I'm going to vote the same way I did the last time this came up, and that is to go to the $2.
Miriam?
Yeah, I concur with John. I think our rates are woefully behind all our neighbors' rates. I think this is the best kind of rate to increase because it's fairly invisible in behavioral economic terms. If people use their app for the most part, they're not really, it's not felt the same way. Again, for the most part, I'd say, I don't know what the numbers are, Brian, maybe you know, or maybe Commissioner Street, how many people pay for parking meters using the app versus actually paying at the meter. But I think again, it's reasonable in terms of what everyone else is paying for parking. You go downtown to Boston, you're paying $3.75, $4. So I don't think we're going to lose business. I think most people aren't going to even, frankly, notice it too much. So the people who will be impacted are people who are parking all day, and I apologize for that, but that's, I think, not our target audience.
Well, people who will be impacted are also the people who come into our business districts for short periods of time.
Yeah, I think the evidence is...
let me finish, please. And I guess my question is, have we looked at that question? Maybe $2 for an hour for someone who's just in for 15 minutes to get a cup of coffee is not going to be a big deal. But I'm wondering if we've actually looked at the question of whether it's going to have an impact on the business district in any way.
I guess I'll say that there have been various studies out there, and we're actually working with the planning department right now on a sort of a curb analysis in Coolidge Corner. We have not done a specific analysis for Brookline and parking meter rates. It honestly seems that we are behind, and I would generally agree that this is not going to have a measurable impact on people that are doing any sort of quick shopping, going to the movies, going to CVS, going to the bookstore, but probably the larger feeling will be for those that are parking all day, that depending on if they're there for 4 hours or 8 hours may see, you know, a $3 to $6 increase for their day.
So I agree that it's probably not going to have a big impact, but I think we need to look at that because impact on the business district here in Brookline is going to, if there were an impact, it would be a problem. Paul?
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Commissioner Shute. I guess the first thing I would say is I generally agree that an increase in a rate, there's room to do that. I generally support it. I don't want to dismiss the fact that this will impact some folks, seniors, people that are, you know, have tight budgets, especially when you're getting up on, you know, North Beacon, where it's currently 75 cents and it's going to jump to 2. That is a significant rate increase. I'm not certain it will damage our business districts, but I do think people are going to notice. And one of the concerns that I have is, and I mentioned this, I think before, the condition of some of our meters, they're not all functioning. And I think that a rate increase will help with that because we'll be able to have some funding to make the repairs that are needed and replacements that are necessary. But it's raised a question for me. When a meter is broken, what is the town's policy about parking at that meter? Do we ticket if the meter's broken, can you park there and not get a ticket? I was looking at, this just raised a question because I bumped into this a number of times and I tend to use the app. And I think Cambridge policy is if you park at a meter and it's broken, you need to use the app. And if you don't have the app, you need to drive to a meter that is not broken.
That is the Brookline policy.
Is that
I have had 2 tickets because of
is that published anywhere, Chaz, on the website or? Erin, sorry.
Sorry, yes, I will just say, so that is the town policy as well. And we are ordering new stickers for the meters that say 3 ways to pay. And so it will indicate that users need to find one of those methods by which to pay. And if
Good.
one doesn't work, to go to.
So the sticker will say you must pay one of these ways at this meter. So they know. I think people assume that because the meter is not working, that it's a free ride. I've heard that.
I think that's correct. And I think just to your point about meters being broken and not working, I absolutely concur. It is time for sort of a wholesale replacement of the meters that we have out there. We have 1,800 single space meters. We have 30 multi-space meters. Those have reached the end of their life. The life expectancy of the single space meter is about 10 years. I think some of what you're seeing out there now is this transition from 2G to 4G. And so some of them have been down because they needed a technology upgrade. Some need batteries. Some have sort of some of the mechanical parts are having challenges, or even just your general sort of the coins, being stuck. So generally, we can anticipate out of our inventory 15 to 20 going down a day that need maintenance, but we have seen far greater numbers due to the age, due to the technology, and so we're catching up on that. There were some challenges with the supplies that we needed to make those upgrades. We're catching up, but this is a Band-Aid for now. And so I think the idea of having a program and schedule to replace these proactively will benefit the town, will benefit revenue, and I think be less of a maintenance burden over time.
Well, just to reinforce the idea of stickers on the meters, I think that's a brilliant idea to just communicate that, there's 3 ways to pay and you do need to pay. No free rides.
Just a follow up. Do we know what percentage of people pay their meters using the app?
I do not know that.
I just would find that.
Probably a lot.
Yeah, probably a lot.
Yeah, but I will say,
I don't.
the feedback.
Quarters at the bank.
Really?
Did you pay with quarters? Awesome.
Hard.
I have heard that, not everybody has the app. Like,
Yeah.
some people still run around with flip phones, I don't see any Blackberries anymore, but I do see flip phones. And you can't pay with your.
I bet you,
your flip.
I mean, 80%, but that's just a.
It's probably
that's a
pretty high.
guess.
Yeah.
I think most, but it'd be an interesting, I think if we can find that out, it'd be an interesting number because again, it advantages us that this is an invisible increase for people who are paying on the app. From a it's a behavioral
Yeah,
economics
behavioral,
term.
maybe.
Mhm.
Any
It's
rate,
an actual behavioral economics
Right,
term.
okay.
That's why I'm referring to this science
yes.
of
okay.
behavioral economics.
So, we either pay, with, quarters, $2 an hour,
Mhm.
or we can pay with the app, $2.30 an hour.
I think it's 250.
That's right.
Isn't it 50 cents? What's the fee for?
I think it's 25 cents, but is it 30 cents?
That was,
Is it 30 cents?
I don't know.
I think it doesn't,
I don't use the app, so I don't know.
but I'll tell you something, I don't actually know. So that's when I
Yeah.
say it's an invisible increase.
Okay. Anyway, any further discussion before we open it up to the public for a hearing? No? Devin, could you open up the hearing? Actually, you don't need to open up. I'll open it up.
Yeah.
There's nothing for you to say. This is a hearing, public hearing, and the hearing is now open. Any questions or comments from the audience? Brian, you have a question.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Chairman. Brian Kane, 4 Lincoln Road. I have the honor to chair the Transportation Board. I wanted to thank the commissioner for her leadership on this. It's great to have such an amazing staff to work with. Just to add, so the Transportation Board, as you heard, voted 401 to recommend $2 an hour townwide at our last meeting. We're very happy to assist with the budget crunch and do all that we can as taxpayers and citizens. But we are largely agnostic to the actual revenue that it brings in. For us, it's all about turnover. And whatever we can do to turn over cars in areas which we think actually will help the retail establishments more customers coming through because there's a financial incentive to move your car, brings additional customers in, helps people spend more. And so we really believe that is a huge opportunity to help out our merchant community. And I also just wanted to mention on the topic of infrastructure, the commissioner has said it, that there are challenges with the physical infrastructure. We also have major challenges with our back office infrastructure. The data that we're getting out of our parking meters is really it's really, there's a lot to be desired. Let me put it that way. And so, I've talked to the commissioner and I've talked to the town administrator. Whatever we do next, we also need to upgrade our back office system so that we can actually begin to get in some data out of our parking meters. Things like which meters are sort of the most lucrative, for lack of a better term, which ones don't make any money at all, and we probably shouldn't have them there. Like ones over here in Washington Street, which are always parked at by police officers. There are things that we could do if we had the information that would allow us to deploy these assets better and ultimately bring in additional revenue to the town and help turn over cars more, which is our ultimate goal. I also just wanted to mention the 2-hour rule remains the cornerstone of our parking policy here in Brookline, as well as the overnight ban. And there are no plans to change either of those anytime soon, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much. Appreciate you doing these back to back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, there are 11 virtual attendees and 6 in person. Go right ahead.
Regina Frawley, town meeting member from South Brookline, precinct 16. Hi there. Hi, Erin. There's several questions I have here. My daughter never wants to come to go to the movies with me over here because of the 2-hour limit at the meters. That's a real issue in Coolidge Corner when you'd like to go to a movie, which often lasts longer than 2 hours now, and also maybe go to dinner. And so it has its limitations and it has its consequences that has affected whether we go to a movie in Coolidge Corner together. We don't any longer because of that. I wonder.
Brian, excuse me, Brian, could you stay and answer this question?
I can't hear you.
I'm talking to Brian.
Go ahead.
He was
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Brian to stay.
All right. Um, lost my train of thought. How do you factor in when you give the permits for the outdoor dining as well? Several of them have taken away parking meters. They're built right in front of at least two, for example, in Brookline Village at only one restaurant. So when you do that calculation of whatever the fees are going to be for allowing them to have outdoor, do you factor that in? And as you recall, Prairie Fire was allowed to take away 6 meters in the back parking lot on Webster Street because of that. So how are we factoring in are the people who are not part of any of that paying the difference by the $2 being factored in? Those are 2 points I had, and it was a third, which the interruption did take away from me. We can start with that because I think it's very important. I know I speak for a lot of people in South Brookline because we've had this discussion in the past that they'd rather go to Newton now because of the onerous nature of trying to shop in North Brookline. And that goes back before COVID and before even these higher things, because we have a lot of elderly in South Brookline and they're on lower fixed incomes. So I'd like to bring those points up and have you, it looks like it's a done deal, but I will say from personal observation, the bike lanes, the bus lanes in Brighton are not the success that Brian seemed to suggest. I sat in one at the corner where it breaks off from Brighton Ave to Cambridge Street for 25 minutes before my car could get through the intersection, and there were no buses going through on the bus lane. It truly, truly has impacted the climate. It's a climate change thing as well. Thank you.
So
Here's the second question, which is we do take that into account. We do take into account the loss of meter revenue in calculating the fee for outdoor dining. So yes, that is something we take into consideration when calculating those fees.
and Brian, I'd like you to answer.
You remember the third thing. Usually when you have these meetings, there are the small business people who usually I hear talking about the difficulty they have for their staff employees to park all day. I don't see them here, and I wonder what's been done to reach out to them, because that issue doesn't ever go away. And if anything, I'm sure it's even more exacerbated. Thank you.
So Brian, I'd like you to respond to the question regarding the theater, Coolidge Corner Theater, because I've always wondered about that. I mean, I take the 66 bus when I go to the Coolidge Corner Theater, or go to a movie after 8 o'clock, or go to Chestnut Hill.
Well, thank you.
I
Hope
was wondering,
you pay with the Charlie card or with
thought about
quarters when you
Pardon
go?
me?
Do you pay with quarters when you go on the bus or the?
Charlie
Oh,
card.
okay.
Elderly rate Charlie.
Ooh, wow. Well, congratulations. Congratulations. I wouldn't have guessed. So meters end at
Got
8
rid of
o'clock.
all that gray hair.
Trust me, I'm getting there. So meters turn off at 8 o'clock, which is something that we believe helps people that are going to dinner or movies. For folks that want to watch a matinee, the Center Street lot has meters that are longer than 2 hours. The commissioner can give you the exact information. So there isn't a magical answer. I don't believe that people come to Brookline for its free, cheap, and available parking. They come for the vibrancy of our community and the vibrancy of our businesses. And that's what draws them here. And our parking policies, again, are designed to help turnover. It's not to generate money for the town. And we try to do the best we can to balance all of the needs. With respect to employees, there are commercial employee permit programs. The price of those has not gone up in many years, and we try to keep those very low for the reason of allowing employees and merchants who have employees to park on neighborhood streets in dedicated areas with a hang tag. Sometimes those hang tags are transferable between employees. So we are trying to meet the needs of the employers around here as much as we can. But yes, we live in an urban area with lots of demand for our rights of way, and we do try to balance that. And Commissioner, you can please correct me if I said anything incorrect there.
Thank you, Chairman Kane. No, that was all helpful. I'm really glad that you brought up the commercial permit, because that really is, I think, a great help to those businesses. And just wanted to add that the Center Street lot does have, you can park there for up to 4 hours. So really considering a longer stay at that lot.
The next person signed up for public comment is Fran Perler. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. This is Fran Perler. I'm a town meeting member of Precinct 8 and also a member of the Council on Aging, but I'm talking on behalf of myself. I take a class at the Coolidge Corner Theater, and with the expansion, there's going to be more daytime events. And our instructor always has to run out and put money in the meters and can't come out to lunch with us because they've overstayed their time. But what I wanted to talk about more was, as Erin spoke about getting new meters, I'd like you to urge to continue to have meters that have quarters in it, because most of the folks my age don't use the app, the Passport. They still have flip phones if they have cell phones, and they need the capacity to pay by quarters. And if I'm not mistaken, doesn't that app, because I don't use it, cost 40 cents plus what you're paying? Anyway, my point is, think of how this affects seniors who are on a more limited budget and also who need to be able to have the capacity to use quarters. That's all.
At this time, there are 9 virtual attendees and about 6 in person. No one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay,
May
yeah.
May I speak to Regina's question about the business community?
Sure.
I wouldn't ask us to do this, but I do serve on the Small Business Development Committee as the Select Board Liaison. And we did have quite a good discussion of this at the last meeting. I was present. I let them know that this is coming. I won't pretend that they greeted that news with joy. Far from it. A lot of them do have concerns. It's in the nature of business people to always be very protective of their businesses and concerned about any change that might impact their businesses. And the head of the Chamber of Commerce, David Gladstone, was at that meeting. He is very well aware of this. I told them it's coming back to the Select Board. If you want to bring those concerns to the Select Board, you should feel free to do so. I think the number one concern that they expressed was this concern about the impact on employees of their businesses who park, for extended periods of time. And I think we need to do our best to spread the word about the discount program for employee parking, because I think that would help to alleviate at least one of their major concerns.
Okay, before we end this discussion and have our vote, I'd like to just mention 2 things. First of all, Regina, we found out that you can park 4 hours so your daughter can come in and see a movie with you. Okay, I didn't know that, and maybe there's a way that we can make that more known, particularly to customers of Coolidge Corner Theater. Secondly, I hope Brian and Erin, that you take to heart Fran Perla's observation that or concern that we maintain the ability to use quarters. I'm one of those senior citizens who goes and buys a roll of quarters at the bank, and I use them when I'm out looking for parking space. And I think that that's probably true of a lot of people. It's not just me. I'm just a curmudgeon. Pardon me?
Give me your phone. I'll get your app on.
I don't want to have. It's not me. I mean, it's other people who are actually seriously inconvenienced by not being able to use quarters to the extent they can't. I mean, for me, I can get the app and do it, but please take that to heart in your decision making going
And there's
forward.
a lot of people that distrust the technology too. Like,
Yeah.
they want to do it for privacy and other reasons. So.
Yeah. So, okay. Any further discussion? Any comments that you have? Look like you're about to. Okay, public hearing is hereby closed and I call for a vote. And let me see what the vote will be. I move approval of of a townwide parking meter rate increase from $1.25 an hour to $2 an hour as recommended by the Transportation Board. And I assume that that includes those parking meters or areas where the rate is 75 cents an hour.
Correct.
Okay, I mean,
All meters,
should
townwide.
just be clear, okay. Well, it says from 125,
Yeah.
so, but at any rate, with that clarification, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay.
Thank you for your
Good.
time this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Okay, next, this is a discussion of a housing program proposal by the Brookline Community Development Corporation with respect to a proposal to be financed by money from the Housing Trust Fund. Let me start off by just giving some background. So this is a discussion of a proposal to approve allocation of money from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to various housing-related programs of the Brookline Community Development Corporation. The Housing Advisory Board has approved a total of $128,000 from the trust to fund various programs, some of which will be included in the town's Housing Stability Office's responsibilities. So I suggest that we discuss tonight the following: to authorize $50,000 to fund direct housing assistance to be administered by Metro West Collaborative Development, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that has some credibility in this area. To payment of a fee to Metro West to administer the program, and that is at $12,500. 3, overhead of the Community Development Corporation of 20%, which I assume is a reasonable percentage. And that would result in an additional $13,000 because the overhead should be on the 2 items that I propose that we fund. And 4, the cost of an audit to be procured by the town at a cost of $3,000. So that's the total amount that we would be authorizing would be $78,500 from the Affordable Housing Trust. I suggest that we discuss the proposal tonight and schedule a vote for it at a later meeting. So I want to be very clear that the trust fund does not have unlimited funds. To take $78,500 out for rental assistance means that that amount is not available for other housing purposes. And I would include BHA's plan, Brookline Housing Authority's plans, to expand and improve its properties on High and Walnut Streets. That project will provide vastly improved and expanded numbers of housing for low-income families, the disabled, and seniors. In fact, 24% of the units will be senior housing. Further, I'm a little concerned, and maybe I can get clarification from the Community Development Corporation, that suggests that this ask is just the start of a recurring series of asks from the trust. You know, this is not an easy issue for the select board to address or for the town to address, and we must do it carefully and prudently. The trust is used for very important housing purposes, and while it is a big pot of money, that big pot is currently being called upon for Brookline Housing Authority and other housing bricks and mortar purposes. So currently the town's website has a link under departments to the Housing Stability Office, which provides links to various services, including rental assistance, such as the state's Residential Assistance for Families in Transition, or RAFT program. RAFT provides qualifying households with maximum benefits of $7,000 over a 12-month period and can cover utilities, moving costs, and overdue rent. RAFT does require preparing documentation of need, which any serious program would require. There are resources to assist in that paperwork, including, I assume, resources that will be in our Housing Stability Office when it's fully functional. I also suggest that the Housing Stability Office be listed on the landing page of the website because many people may not think to look for assistance under town departments. It's just a small suggestion that I think would be helpful. So before the board votes on this proposal, I hope we can have, some further research to determine more precisely the need in Brookline and identify the current resources we currently provide as a town, as well as other resources available. We should include resources utilized by the Housing Authority. I'm told that BHA is able to prevent evictions from their properties, for the most part, related to rent arrearages using a variety of state, local, and charitable resources. Of course, they do evict tenants related to things like criminal behavior. And, those, that's their policy. Before the select board's discussion, I'll let the Brookline Community Development Corporation make a presentation, which I assume that they're prepared to do. So if you'd like to do that.
Bernard, can I just ask
Sure.
a quick comment? I guess I feel at a little bit of a disadvantage as to what you just proposed, because it's much different than what was presented in the agenda. But I'm hoping that the presentation would speak specifically to how the money's proposed to be used. I thought all the money was going to be used for rental arrears and assistance to prevent evictions. So if you could really dig into how the money's going to be used, that would be really helpful.
So thank you all for putting this on the agenda. My name is Deborah Brown. I'm a Brookline resident, and I am also board president for the Brookline Community Development Corporation. I wanted to start out by saying there are a lot of people in Brookline who are hurting. There are people who are getting evicted. And honestly, many of us are fairly comfortable. So those folks can they can be somewhat invisible on a day-to-day basis. And I will tell you, I found out about them talking to people about an entirely different issue. And somebody pulled me over and said, "Can you help me with this?" And oh, my neighbor has a problem. And that was back in August. And, we helped some people. And then we realized it's much bigger. And in one email, I quoted some information from the Boston Foundation study that said over a 6-month period, I think it was 47 people in Brookline had been evicted. That was a 6-month period. So these are real people. So that's just a bit of the background. And the idea that there are other people out there to help them, well, yes, and a bigger no. A much bigger no. There are not people out there lining up to help these people. Bless Brookline, the Brookline Center, but they only allocate $800 over a 12-month period. $800 over a 12-month period. That will not begin to help people on the verge of eviction. And you say, how do these people find themselves in that predicament? Oh, it can be everything from somebody who has a chronic heart condition who lost their job. It can be people who have had long COVID. It can be people whose, as much as this economy is booming, their particular underskilled job didn't need them anymore. These are real people. They are our neighbors. You may walk by them and not even, you won't even know. And you may say, well, Deborah, why didn't you have some of these people here? And we talked about it. And basically we said we would not take advantage of the people that we serve in that way. We will not take advantage of them. So you're going to have to take our word that they're real people. So we're in this business now. And no, there are not other great sources out there. I, I did the raft application after I had several people who were turned down. And raft is a morass. It is a nightmare. I mean, I'm a reasonably educated person and I became frustrated. Now imagine if you have multiple children, you're marginally employed, you don't have a vehicle, and you're looking at an eviction notice. Doing that raft form is difficult. And even with assistance, it's not for the faint of heart. Even those people get caught up and confused. You know, RAF program changed the terms of which it would provide assistance to people living at Brookline Housing Authority. And yes, Brookline Housing Authority bends over backward not to evict people. They bend over backward. And it's not just the person that violates the law that gets the eviction notice. It's that person that says, you know what? I think I can get myself out of this. I have a job now. But they may have a $3,000 or $4,000 or maybe even a $5,000 deficit that they have to work their way out of. And it doesn't take much to set them back almost to where they were. But they can still pay their rent every month. They just can't deal with that debt. And at some point, if you ever look at BHA's books, you will know that even a sum like $20,000 among 5 clients is a huge sum of money for them. So at some point, I mean, they have a responsibility too. They'll start an eviction proceeding. Those are some of the people that we're dealing with. They can make those regular payments, but they can't get themselves out of that hole. And then it just gets worse. So those are the realities that we see. And the people that we work with, you know, they fall below, you know, they're at that 80% poverty level. You know, we're not handing out money to people who are doing really well. We're just not doing that. And we advertise the program through all of the major social service programs here in town. And that was the food pantry, Steps to Success, Women Thriving, the weekend lunch program, Thriving program. We try Brookline Center, BHA. We went to the usual sources and told them this is what we're doing. You know, and even the faith communities. So we didn't take this lightly. And we understood that money would be tight. Heck, you know, as an organization, we put our own money into this. Because we just, you know, we did a GoFundMe for, you know, a couple times. We're taking this all very seriously. So I just want to give you that background. I also want to say that there's pretty broad community support for this. When you ask somebody, you know, what do you think of this? And it's the difference, excuse me. And it's the difference between somebody being out of their home and then finding another home and keeping them in their home for maybe $3,000 or $5,000. That looks like short money. It becomes really short money. And so as we've collaborated with our partners when we just talk to the general public, we feel like, you know, there's fairly broad support for this. I guess I will quickly conclude by saying that, you know, it's a well-run program. Anybody that knows me in my personal life knows that I can squeeze a dollar until it hollers. And we've tried to run this program accordingly. You look at things that in terms of overhead, we outsourced the program, not because we didn't think we could do it, but we knew Metro West could do it far more efficiently than we could. And so there would be less money going to overhead and more money going out to help people. And I think Metro West, they're listening in on the call. So if you have any specific questions about what they do and how they're administering the program, then we've got folks there. But I think it's a good program. I think it's a program that Brookline needs. I don't think there is anything else out there realistically to help people who find themselves against the wall. And if we can use RAFT, trust me, I always try to go to RAFT first. And 15 tries. I think it's been 1 or 2 people that actually got a RAF check in a reasonable period of time. One person actually had to have legal aid called RAFT. We had to have legal aid called RAFT just to get them to move. And people can't live like that. People just can't live like that. So Bob can get into some of the finance piece about this, and we hope that you will vote favorably, not in terms of the 78, but the 128 that we asked for, because all of that is going into rental assistance, all of it.
Bernard, can I ask
Yeah,
just a quick question for the presenters? So, so I think you may have us at a disadvantage as well, in that we don't understand, right? So you're coming at this, you've been doing it, you got some money from Brookline Community Foundation. I was really hoping for a presentation. Here's the need, here's the program, here's what we've done, here's the success, here's the controls. Deb, I appreciate your passion for the need, but I don't understand the program.
Oh,
and
well,
we got an email. We
were not told to make a presentation.
oh, no, I'm just okay. I'm trying to understand the program.
okay.
Specifically how it works, how do people apply, you know, the details of it.
Yeah, we've provided a lot of information to the chair earlier. And the HAB got a presentation. We had an extensive discussion with the Housing Advisory Board back in November. Bonnie Bastian on our staff is certainly prepared to walk people through this now, if you would like. We do not have slides and we do not have a formal presentation. I do have some comments on the budget, but essentially what it is emergency rental assistance for people who can document a need. The resources go directly to the landlord, and they go to the landlord when we can assure ourselves that the tenancy will be continued for the household applying for the resources. And we have set a maximum of $5,000 per household. So there have been some households that require more than $5,000. They're more than 5,000 in arrears, and we have not been able to help them because we don't know that the 5,000 will secure their tenancy. So using the $50,000 that was committed from the ARPA safety net funds that the Brookline Community Foundation had, we were able to assist 13 households between November and the January of this year. And we concluded the agreement with Metro West, ran up with the pilot program, utilized the money, and because of the demand for the resources, we have revised the budget that we originally presented to the HAB in November before we ran the pilot program. And we originally had hoped to use some of the $128,000 for other programs for low and moderate income renters in Brookline, mainly for subsidies for low and moderate income folks that wanted to become homeowners and needed closing cost assistance. And we have revised the budget. We revised the budget just with the knowledge of what happened with the pilot program. But now we are budgeting $80,000 for direct rental assistance, 12.5% of that for Metro West's program management, and then some additional money that we have set aside for representation of tenants by by lawyers, and some money for the counseling work that is being done by our staff, and then some money, as the select board chair noted, for an audit and for financial management by the CDC. So the total is 128,000. Of that, 80,000 is in direct rental assistance, 11,000 is fees to Metro West. The balance is tenant counseling, legal assistance for tenants, and program management by the CDC.
So is it okay if I ask a question, Bernard?
Sure.
So the direct rental assistance, which is what you did with the 50,000, right?
Yeah, we
I-
did
I-
well,
I- by the way,
40 some of
Okay.
that because we had to pay. Yeah, we had
I
to
get
pay.
it. First of all, I'm a strong supporter of the rental
Yeah.
assistance. I think you're doing yeoman's work to keep people in their homes. And we know all the benefits, as Deb has described in the past, about keeping people in their homes and as opposed to being evicted. 80,000 is direct rental assistance. And then on top of that, there'd be another 11,000, which would be for the fees
Paying
back
the
to this
fee.
organization
Right.
to help you administer the program. So it's 91,000 would be
Yep.
to continue what you did with the 50 grand
Yep,
from the Brookline Community Foundation.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And if we decide we don't need money for lawyers, we would put another 10 into the rental assistance pot. But when we originally presented a budget to the HAB, we included those funds.
John?
Just a quick question. I thought I just heard you mention assistance to people to make down payments to purchase housing,
Homeowner closing cost assistance, yes.
in addition to rental assistance.
So when we originally presented a proposal to the HAB, we presented a proposal that included both rental assistance and home buyer assistance, yes.
And is that what we're voting on? Are we voting?
Well, we have presented a revised budget earlier today, and presumably when you vote next week or whenever you vote, all of you will have a chance to review a revised budget.
And so the answer is no. What you're voting on is strictly for rental assistance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. Okay. Okay.
Deborah, you have to talk into the microphone.
So no, the home buyers program has been taken out. That money was shifted over to rental assistance based on what we saw during the pilot. We just saw so much of a need.
Yeah. Okay.
Miriam?
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much. Second of all, I'm like Paul, I would have liked a little advanced warning of some sort of modified proposal. I feel a little bit taken aback. I am,
Let
me finish.
We're based
I'm
on what we
still
received.
talking.
I understand.
Okay. I fully support the use of these funds as proposed in the packet to the 128, I think it was 129, but 128, whatever's in there. And I have to say, for me, stable housing engenders economic growth, community improvement, and public health. It's the quintessential anti-poverty effort. It creates community and civic engagement. And I feel like it defines who we are and who we want to be as a community. I believe this is an excellent use of these funds. I think it's an important moral imperative use of these funds, frankly. And I'm going to remind some of us that not that long ago, some of us contributed to a fund to help a colleague avoid eviction. I want us to think about that for a second. This person had to rely on a GoFundMe that we contributed to help them not be evicted. This is a real problem. And that tells us that the resources aren't out there, because this person, if those resources existed, would know how to access them. So I'm going to quote Matthew Desmond, who I think you all know I love, right? Who wrote a fabulous book called Evicted. I'm happy to give you a copy. Decent, affordable housing should be a basic right for everybody in this country. The reason is simple. Without stable shelter, everything else falls apart. The home is the center of life. It is a refuge from the grind of work, the pressure of school, and the menace of the streets. So I hope that we can get this done. I was going to hope we can get it done tonight, but fine, whenever we vote on it next week. And I continue to support initiatives like this. I continue to support this initiative. This organization has shown us that they could handle the $50,000. I don't see a need for $3,000 audit, but I would give on that if that gets us across the finish line. And I think we should be putting our money where our morals are. This is important to me.
I was invoked. I was invoked, and I just want to say, so I just want to make sure my comment about being unaware or being surprised is on me, not on Bernard. So
No, it's on me too.
Okay.
I mean, it's not.
I'm not angry, upset with him at all. Okay.
Not in here.
Okay.
Well, we did receive, it's in the packet,
numbers.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
saying I didn't, your comment that you want to give them less and you want to do an audit.
Well, no, I want to give them what seems to be in this proposal
Right.
here.
Yeah.
But
So
Did I
Chaz?
misunderstood what you said?
I may
thought
have,
you
I
said
may
you
have
wanted to
misunderstood
give-
what he said. So I'm just saying,
Well,
instead
that
of
was
going
based
after him,
upon
I'm just
this Proposal.
trying to take the temperature.
Chaz?
Okay, then
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I apologize if I misunderstood
All
you,
right.
but I understood that you were proposing three things at the very beginning,
Right.
which was to not give them the full amount and to impose the $3,000 audit and to vote at another time.
Okay.
Did I
No,
misunderstand? that?
that's correct. And
Okay, that's
but
the part I'm,
the part that I did not include in the original proposal was legal services. And this was actually a proposal made to the HAB.
Right.
So, yes, it's not, it wasn't in our packet. And it wasn't clear from the materials that what was in the packet, that was included in the 129,000. So it doesn't include legal services of $10,000, which I don't think is appropriate for us to do. Does not include first-time home buyers program of $30,000, which seems to me not appropriate for us to do. And to some extent, could be a responsibility of the Housing Stability Office to some extent, I'm not sure. And then $300 for outreach, and then an additional BCD overhead of $21,460. So those are the things I didn't include of the 129,000. So, but Chaz,
Yeah, I wanted to clarify a couple of things just in terms of timeline and how this proposal has been moving, because I think it's a little jumbled at this point. Initially, this proposal was on your calendars for later in February because the need on this issue came before the HAB. The HAB voted it favorably. The planning department then began work on thinking about how to operationalize it and present it in a package to you. What changed was there was a request to accelerate at least some of the money to go to the organization now, solely for rental assistance or as soon as possible thereafter. I received very late today in the game an email from the chair of the HAB saying they would like time as well to clarify of the amount, what it would go to and why, again, focusing, I think, as Brown said, on the rental assistance program, kind of refocusing the assistance there. So their next meeting is on the 7th. The HAB's next meeting is on the 7th, and I believe of February, and I believe they will take that up again. And so the overall proposal, if we were to move forward with it, would require a contract with the town of some kind in order to ensure oversight. It also requires town council to review the proposal. Town council also has not had time yet to fully review this proposal. And as always with these types of programs, we run into the specter of the public benefits test. We run into the question of what can the town provide directly? What can the town provide indirectly? I think there is a concern, as Bernard identified, with the even indirectly being able to provide legal services. I think that may be a bridge too far for the town to provide, but that's why we need to do the research. To the extent that that's the board's directive to try and figure out a way, we will try and find a way. I just want to be clear that we do not yet have clarity on what we can and can't do.
Can I just,
let him finish.
Sorry. So where we are now, the planning department has said, we're in the process of building out this, the HAB has said yes. Planning department has been building out a contractual process for this to move forward. If there needs to be money allocated sooner, the planning department requests that vote be conditioned on a contract being signed for that money that would be reviewed and agreed to by both the department, town council, my office, and obviously BCDC. All the parties involved would have a contract in place. It wouldn't just be an allocation of money. There would need to be a piece of paper governing how that was spent. And then the other request would be that the total limit on overhead would be 10% of any of that amount. So that I believe the initial request for emergency funds was $25,000 out of the total amount. So the idea being that 90% of that $25,000 would go to the rental assistance program. That was the planning department's recommendation. If money needed to be allocated sooner, that we would be able to draw up a limited emergency contract for that purpose and then proceed with the full amount for the HAB's request at the end of February when we've had time to build this out.
Chaz, I just want to follow up on something you said. They're going back to the HAB. Are they going back to the HAB to have a discussion about refining how they're going to use the money?
I received an email from the chair, Roger Blood, like late this afternoon saying that he thought the HAB would want to take it up again on
Okay.
the 7th to further refine the proposal.
Okay.
And I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I want the chair.
I talked to Roger.
Ah.
And what I heard Roger saying to me was they wanted to take it up so on the record there was a greater specificity. He and I both understand that all of the money that, you know, we would no longer be putting 30,000 into rental, into a home ownership program, but it was going into rental assistance. So the HAB and BCDC are in total agreement in terms of how the money is to be spent.
Okay, John.
So just want to make that clear. So it's,
Okay,
they're just crossing their T's and dotting their I's. There is no disagreement.
John.
Well, Deborah, with all respect, I don't know what Roger said in his letter. I take Chaz's word for it. The HAB has to meet for the HAB to now be in total agreement with something that is different than what they voted on in December or November. It was actually November that they voted on. I went back and looked at the tape of that meeting today to prepare for tonight's meeting, and I heard a very clear discussion where they raised questions about the housing assistance, but we're told, well, but we think this might be a good thing. They sort of reluctantly went ahead and voted to go ahead with it. They haven't had a meeting on this revised plan where there is no longer housing assistance in it. And it's on the basis of their vote that we then vote. They are the trustees of this Affordable Housing Trust. Without them first saying yes to something for us to vote on, we've got nothing to vote on. You know, and Roger can't speak for that whole board. He just can't.
And by the way, I think we're the
I'm
trustees,
not arguing.
aren't we?
I'm not arguing with it. I'm just saying the
Yeah,
conversation.
we're the
I had with
trustees.
him.
They're
The
advisory.
substance we are not.
They're advisors. We're the trustees. That makes it even better. But may I say something else about this? The other thing that has kind of been interesting to me from the very beginning is, has anyone looked at the laws governing the Affordable Housing Trust? Because this is not a purpose to which monies from the Affordable Housing Trust have been put, as far as I know,
In Brookline.
in the past.
In Brookline.
Well,
The
let me-
Brookline Affordable Housing Trust, yes, in Brookline.
John, I had that very same question. I think that there is authority for this type of a program.
Where did you find it? Because
I'm
I
trying to
couldn't find
remember. It was a while ago, and
I went back to the statute, and it makes no reference to rental assistance. It references everything it references.
yeah, not rental assistance, but a broader category that could include rental assistance.
Well, you and I can both look at, and Joe, and Joe hasn't had a chance to look at this as far as I know. I spoke to him about it before the meeting. Because, you know, the question is the purpose of the Affordable Housing Trust to create housing? And I think we all favor that purpose. And it doesn't mean we would never favor them also using the money for rental assistance. But the Affordable Housing Trusts exist in municipalities all over the Commonwealth. There's state law that sets the terms for the uses of monies that are put in the Affordable Housing Trust. And every single line of every law that I've read so far references creating housing, you know, getting into agreements to create housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and doesn't mention rental assistance.
I think Bernard is correct.
Well, I hope he is.
I'm willing to put money behind
the-
Bernard.
I'm not.
The Housing Advisory Board did consider this issue before they actually took up the proposal initially.
Yeah.
And the Housing Advisory Board this was part of their consideration. And at least as far as I understand it from my conversations with the Housing Advisory Board and with the chair, they decided that they had the authority to spend money on this. Mass Housing Partnership, which does a lot of technical assistance to housing trusts around the state, certainly references rental assistance as an allowable use in their explanatory materials. And I believe that there are a number of housing trusts in other parts of the Commonwealth that have used funds for rental assistance, even if Brookline has not before now.
Yeah, just to be clear, I mean, the issue is not just, you know, whether it's authorized, but the issue is the balance between programs like that and the real needs for building affordable housing that the Housing Trust provides funds for. And we're looking at $3.75 million that the trust is providing to BHA for the Walnut and High Street development. That's going to wipe out the fund, as I understand it. And therefore, it's only as more money comes in that there'll be further funds for other projects that is done in terms of bricks and mortar, as well as other projects like or programs like the rental assistance. So I mean, look, taking money from the Housing Trust, it means taking money from BHA, and that's the additional issue that we have to struggle with here in Brookline. John, Paul.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. One, I appreciate what you're doing. This is yeoman's work. It's needed. If we give money to BHA to help expand and provide housing in Brookline on High Street, we can also, in my view, if it's legal, we need to answer this question, give money to folks that are struggling to stay in BHA so they don't become homeless. But so this is the way I'm thinking about this. This is a novel approach, right? We've never done this before, Deb, right? This is new to the select board. It's new to the HAB. It's new to legal. It's new to planning. It's new to the town administrator. We've never done this before. So it's going to be, it's not going to be smooth as we would all hope and like. It does sound like there's some things because of the number of departments that need to be involved in order to figure out the details. So it sounds like we need to do that work. I would love to get an answer to, is this legal? I mean, is this the way, can the Housing Trust actually do this? I'm hoping that that's a question that could be answered at some point by town council. I would like to hear from the HAB if they need to reconvene to adjust based on the back and forths and conversations that have been happening. That would be really important. But I do want to signal that I fully support providing, if it is legal for us to do this, as trustees of the Housing Trust Fund, to allocate some money to help with emergency rental assistance based on the experience that you've had with the Brookline Community Foundation. I think it's a good use of the money, but I'm also very conscious of what Bernard said, that, we need to figure this out, a source of funding for this type of assistance longer term, because the Housing Trust Fund can't be that assistance. And I don't know where it comes from long term, but in the near term, I think it's an important service that you're doing, and I appreciate what you're doing.
Miriam?
Thank you. Concur. I concur with Paul. I think that I understood that Chaz had said there was kind of an interim option where we could sign a contract with planning, of course, making sure it's legal, which sounds like it likely is, but okay, verifying it's legal, signing a contract with planning with all of the players to at least get some money, because there is a sense of urgency here. I think we need to acknowledge folks need help yesterday. Right? So can we talk a little bit more about this bridge to something more, to more funding potentially that we could answer urgently, and then they can get in front of the HAB. We can hear from Roger. We can then do the rest of the things that we need to do to get everybody else in a comfortable place with more funding. That's to Chaz. Assuming you would be okay with that solution. I know that.
I proposed it.
Yes.
But I wanted to add, if you're still uncomfortable in this moment with using, funding from the fund, what about ARPA money? What about CDBG money? What about money from the select board fund? I mean, from the marathon money.
Not the marathon money.
You're saying no, but my point is, we should be able to be a little bit more creative about the source of the funding, because these people's need while we're, while we're, parsing out legal questions, people are getting eviction
Yeah,
notices.
right. I think that's.
Let me just say, we're parsing out legal questions because that's our responsibility.
Huh?
And, there are three issues, if I may, I hope I'm not getting in trouble with someone for saying it this way, but number one is the payment out of the trust authorized by trust documents. I think they are, I don't remember exactly where I found that, but I do recall looking at that issue and being convinced that the trust can provide funds for this type of program. There was a category that, was much broader than just rental assistance, but would cover rental assistance. Number two is this a prudent use of trust funds? That is the balance between using it for purposes like this and purposes that we all expect it to be used for, and that is bricks and mortar housing. And we have a huge need and demand for that money right now at BHA and elsewhere. Matter of fact, it's a 3 Life or over on Center Street.
Two Life,
Um,
Two Life.
Two Life, I'm sorry.
There may be 3 lives, but it's
Yeah.
2.
Two Life has
Definitely
invited
not
the select board to tour their properties. I think you've received notices. And, that was helped by funds from the Housing Trust Fund. The third issue, and maybe a little more touchy issue, is it's authorized, it may be prudent, is it legal? Okay. And, I don't know the answer to that. I suspect that it's not the answer you want to hear, but, that is a concern that we have. We must have as trustees of the town, as well as, folks who don't want to break the law. So, this is not an easy issue. We can all agree that the need is there. I mean, the need is there in terms of rental assistance and thousands of other things in this community that we have a need for. The question is, how do we satisfy that need without doing things we shouldn't be doing? And that will ultimately get us, behind or cause problems that will actually push us backwards. John, you had your hand up?
Yeah, and I want to mention it. You mentioned 3, I think. I'm going to mention a 4th. And that is the issue of when and under what circumstances do we substitute local funding for programs that have traditionally been funded either state or federal or state and federal? What would justify substituting a municipally funded program when there are available state and federal programs? And Deborah, no one is more committed than you are to the people who need this assistance. But I think you did them a disservice by trashing the raft program.
Yeah.
You really did. I mean,
No,
you made me look it up.
No,
Okay,
no.
I already knew what it was. Apply
Order in the court.
apply for raft. Raft offers $7,000 per 12-month period so that families can stay in their current home or move to a new one. They can use the money for rent, utilities, moving costs, mortgage payments. They had 122,000 applications in the past year. Governor Healy just adopted, or at least asked the legislature to approve, a $4 billion bond bill so she can increase funds to RAFT that were increased over the summer substantially. It's a viable program, and it is the one that people probably should turn to first and not wait for Brookline to start taking up something they've never had to find money for in the past.
And that's what we do, John.
Well,
No, the first stop is, have you tried raft? And then we try to help them get through raft. But you know, little things like you time out of raft. You have to get information from a third party, and they're a little slow. And then all of a sudden you have to start over.
Okay.
I mean, so
Deborah,
it's
look,
it's
all
complicated.
John is saying is that you don't denigrate programs that are being used and are very helpful, being used by Brookline Housing Authority. Doesn't mean that there's
That's
still,
not what I said.
doesn't mean there's
That's
still-
not what I said.
Let me finish.
No, let me finish. You can't just treat it, you can't misrepresent what I'm saying.
Listen to what I'm saying, okay?
Okay, and then I'd like to respond.
And be a little more respectful.
I wish the same.
I've always been respectful. All we're saying is that, there are programs out there. They're not going to solve all of our problems,
I agree.
but they are out there and they are important and they help. And it behooves us not to denigrate them just because they're not perfect. I think that's what John was saying, and I agree with him on that. Did you have your hand up, Chess?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of refocus just the discussion here. I guess
Thank
my question to you, the board, is
What do you want?
are you, given the request is on the table for some money now. The planning department's recommendation is, if you are amenable to that you authorize up to $25,000 to be released from the Housing Trust Fund, provided condition one, that there be a contract reviewed and agreed to by planning, town council, and my office. And then two, that the overhead spending on that contract is limited to no more than 10%, so that 90% goes purely to rental assistance. So $22,500 to rental assistance. If that's what you're amenable to, and again, you don't have to vote on that tonight, but you are able to, it would probably take us 2 to 3 weeks to close that out, is my guess. Given that we would need to do the research necessary, make sure that we are contractually, good spot. The other thing that planning wants everyone to be aware of, and the team to be aware of, is that this is a broader question, and I think it's a question that we're kind of skirting around here. That Paul alluded to, the team here alluded to, the work that they're doing does not go away when the money goes away here. It continues. And the question really is a long-term policy matter. What is the town's desire to continue funding these programs? Because I think, as the team demonstrated, even 120 some odd $1,000 will go very fast. And so the broader question that underpins this is, if it, authorizing this on an emergency basis, on a trial basis, okay, we can do that. I think the broader question that needs to be answered in a more systemic way is, from a policy perspective, if the town is to get into the rental assistance business, what does that look like? And how much money is designated from it, and in what matter? I think that ultimately will be a question the town meeting has to answer. I don't think the board can do it. I think it's an appropriation, and that probably means it has to go through town meeting.
Okay, so what I suggest, and we can't vote because it's not on the agenda as a vote, but we can say that Chaz ought to pursue that and come back to us with sort of the outlines of what, planning wants us to vote on at a future meeting. Paul.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I did.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
Yep.
Yeah. But I'm not sure I understand what was what just stated. So I heard the figure 25,000, but that's not what's being asked for.
No. So my understanding was that there was an interim request made. That's why this got on the agenda before the 28th when we were scheduled.
Oh, I see. Okay.
An interim request was made because the funds were expiring. There was an unmet need from the team at BCDC that they identified individuals in need, and they had suggested that some of the money be allocated faster than by the 28th.
Yeah. I guess I would, have to stick to my position stated earlier, that where HAB has now asked for another meeting to take a look at what the current proposal is, and we don't act, as far as I know, until we've heard from HAB. We need for that to happen.
So I think, you don't have, as Bernard pointed out, the chair pointed out, you don't have a vote on tonight for this. We can look into this with your direction and come back to you. I also think that because the HAB voted in November for a certain amount of money to be allocated to rental assistance, you are covered from a legal standpoint, because there is a percentage of that money that was allocated in November for that work.
Oh, I see that part.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can move forward on that without the HAB having met again. So if we come back to you, for example, next week with more information and you want to take a formal vote on it, we can do that. But again, you can also, the HAB meets on the 7th, so that's 2 weeks. I just I'm mindful too of the fact that we are rapidly approaching, your budget meeting, your combined budget meeting with the advisory committee is on the 20th. The budget book comes out right before then. Pretty soon, that's going to be all encompassing on the staff side. So to the extent you want to give us direction to work on this, we kind of need it now. Even if the decision is made later, we can pursue more information and make sure that it's ready to go. We don't want to be in a situation where you say 3 weeks from now, okay, yes, do this, because then it'll take us 4 more weeks to do it. I'd rather it be done.
So I had 2 questions. The first is the 10% overhead. And this may actually need to go to BCDC. Does the 10% cover the overhead as it was structured last time with the 50,000 with?
Make it work.
You'll figure out how to
We'll
make
make
it. Okay. You'll figure out how to make it work. And then the second question, Chaz, is for you, the amount of work it takes to put together the 25,000 proposal. You're going to put together an agreement, whatever legal stuff you need to do. If we wanted to do another amount, release another amount, how much more of that work would be, could be used or repurposed, or are we?
I mean, again, it depends. I think the biggest issue that the issues that planning has identified here is that we don't want to sleepwalk into a program.
Yeah.
We don't want to create a situation where we're just authorizing without actually being mindful about what it is that we're creating,
Right.
and having the policy discussion about, it strikes me as very much in parallel with the discussion we were having about project-based versus maintenance-based,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't want to, it's a slippery, a sleepwalk, as you said it. But I guess one thing to think about is just the amount. So, because I do think this is an important policy discussion longer term, but how would we continue to fund programs like, do we fund organizations like this? Or do we fund the Office of Housing Stability and we take an internal, we work with another partner? I don't know the answer, but these are important policy questions to ask.
I will say, just from our initial research, one of the reasons why programs like this are run with public-private partnerships is because we can't be in the direct rental assistance business.
Okay.
So the Office of Housing Stability cannot cut the checks.
So from a direction standpoint, I'm fully supportive of direct rental assistance at this time. Ask me again next year, I don't know. There may be different circumstances. I guess I would ask that we consider, instead of 25,000, that we do 50,000 as the start, because that's the amount of money that they demonstrated an immediate need and effectively distributed to impacted individuals and made a difference. And if we're going to go through the effort of 25, why not do 50 if the HAB has already said they're willing to have those funds used from the Housing Trust Fund? So that would just be my tweak to what you're proposing as next steps. And the board may not, and I may not have the votes to do that.
Well, we're not
I might
not
suppose.
voting.
Well, next week.
Yeah, well, it's very confusing to me as to whether we're talking about taking a vote tonight or not.
Yeah, the structure is less dependent on the dollar amount. I mean, again, we have to be mindful of procurement considerations, the barriers there. So we'll take it back.
Okay.
We'll do what we
Just-
can, and
just a
we'll
suggestion.
report out.
Given what has been stipulated, I can see going along with what Paul suggested, but only at such time as we have gotten some kind of updated statement about this question of where does the legal authority to use affordable housing trust funds for rental assistance exist? Somebody quote me the language, because I haven't found it yet.
And all of this depends on it being legal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I think we're all, I don't know where Bernard is, but I think
Oh,
John and Paul.
I agree.
Okay. So we want to see a proposal from the planning department, assuming that we verify it's legal, that looks at the one-time 50,000 with 10% overhead. And then we'll take this up as a more robust policy discussion as a select board at another time.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I do want to say to Deb and her team, first, thank you again for what you're doing. But I hope you're hearing that, the longer term, how to fund programs like this is a really deeper issue for the board and possibly town meeting.
Oh, I agree.
So, okay,
I agree.
so just,
I did.
you'll be
want to
patient with
apo-
us
yeah,
on that.
I'll be patient with you on that,
Okay.
but I did want to apologize. I got crabby.
That's okay.
And Bernard.
You don't want to get crabby with the people
Bernard,
that are giving you money.
You were right. I was wrong.
Don't,
My apology. No, 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 no.
don't do it again.
I'll do my best not to do it again. And finally, I want to thank you for putting it on the agenda. I think that this has been a robust conversation. And, you know, Chaz, maybe this is an opportunity for us to start really having a conversation about what does going forward look like? Because honestly, in our heads, if the Office of Housing Stability took this over, there's no reason for a duplication. I mean, our position has always been, well, if you're going to do it, there's no reason for us to be in this business.
that's
We've got a lot of other
Yeah,
things to do.
You can, you see in what happened in the pandemic, you see what Newton did and what Chelsea did and, you know,
Yeah.
what all these places did. We can't do it ourselves. We can't be in the business of picking candidates from individual citizens making these applications, the same way we can't hire lawyers for them. You know, it's tough. Our hands are tied as government. We have to play by certain rules that.
Oh, yeah.
But what we can do is we can provide assistance to social services groups in the community
Yeah.
who, as part of their broader work, provide services like that. We just have to be certain that in so doing, we're satisfying all of the infinite wisdom of the requirements of the public benefits test and all those things that Puritan Massachusetts requires us to do.
I just request, which is I am out of town starting the school vacation week, so February 16th. So I would just like to see this back either next Tuesday or the Tuesday after. Because I want to be here for this vote. Thank you.
Okay.
For the 50,000, to be clear. You can have the bigger policy discussion without, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just-
Okay. Okay, you have your marching orders
Yes,
and
thank you.
Thank you.
we'll go.
It was a good discussion. This new stuff is tough. You know,
It is.
doing new things, it's hard to figure it out. So
Like, I can't find where I wrote down the authority of HAB, but I'll get it to you. I'll get it.
want you to sleep until you find it.
I won't. I won't.
okay, what's next?
That's the end of our agenda.
All right.
So that ends our meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.